Good. You're all welcome for today's session. I think others are still coming, but then we don't have time today. Others will be traveling today. So Dr. Irene will be joining us soon. She was supposed to be here, but they are having a major program at the UCC. So she will not be able to come, but then she will do the presentation online. Even with the online, she's with the TA. So when she's done, the TA will continue with the program. So I want to thank you for coming yesterday. Yesterday we had a very long day. And then as we also said, Ghana Research Community, we are open for collaborations. We do capacity building trainings for institutions. We do conferences too as well. So if you want us to train your staff on anything R is very broad. R is very broad. See, yesterday when they were taking you through some of the packages, I saw others were just lost. Yes, and you can even use R to do very, very powerful things. Yesterday, John Hammond was taking us through a different level of R. We have R Shiny. Can use it to link web bases together. Have the part two. We have how to use R to write stories. All these things are in R. And as Sarah said yesterday, Sarah said that we learn R every day. Even we are so-called gurus, we still learn R every day. Every day, new things are being added to R. All you need to just know is the packages. Once you know the package, we are good to go. So today, we'll start early. Start early. And then also close early. Because most of us have to also travel somewhere. So I don't know whether Dr. Irene is on. Micah, I don't know whether they can see whether she's on. Participants. She's not. Okay. She's not. Okay, so as Nana said yesterday, let's try to network. Let's try to know ourselves. Let's try to network and know ourselves. From here, I know still cross paths. So the networking thing is important. And then, as I said yesterday, we'll be having in-person trainings, national, or is it national, or is it regional in-person trainings. We've done some in Tamale here. I think we've done Tamale, that was last year. We did it at Regional Library. Yes, I think some of you came. And also Kumasi too, we did it at Kumasi Tenka University. Tech too, we did 1, 2 at Tech. We did one at Tech. That was I think January. Mr. George, was it January or February? The one we did with Dr. Dorcas. The symposium. You can't remember. So I think it was in January. Yes, we did symposium with Dr. Dorcas and a team. They are also an NGO. I've forgotten the name of the organization. And then also, we were able to also launch Cape Coast Art Ladies and also Kumasi Art Ladies. One of the global directors was part of us. She helped us to launch it. She's called Yemeni. She's from Argentina. So she supported us in launching the Kumasi and the Cape Coast Art community. Yeah, so we'll be launching more. We'll be launching. Okay. Okay. So I think okay, so please, any questions? Any questions or anything you want to know about Ghana Aristo community, please let us know. The mic will go around. Anything you need to know. So I'm still waiting for Dr. Irene. Mr. George, can you send a message? Irene, yes.
How is our Ghana art community spreading the news to our young ones at the lower level, like secondary schools?
Yes, that's a question. That's a
Yes,
good question
even the
because
university first degree.
first degree.
Because most of the universities, if you are doing your PhD and all those things before, they will introduce you to R. But I don't really know
Oh, now
whether,
universities they do.
because those days you're only interested in SPS,
They do.
SPS.
They do now. But now it's more of a like if you are doing your masters is compulsory for masters to do R. Now tech they are doing R masters. Even outside they are doing R. It's a must for you to do R. So now it's more of a like the SPSS and the R and even Stata. Even if you are doing a PhD now, you have to learn everything, those data qualitative stuff. So with the degree level, that's what we've started with. I think we are working on it. So we started creating user communities in the university level. So we started with Mensah University. We have created one for them. We have Dr. Edmond, Dr. Parker, and Dr. Jonah J. They are taking the students through. And their main the principal, I don't know, the chancellor, vice chancellor came and launched it. So currently, as we speak now, Mensah University, they are training their first year students, all the first year students in R, but they do it like the evening, online, because of their schedule. So that's one thing we are doing. So that's how we started creating campus-based communities. So for now, we have the UNAM RUSO community. We have the Tatu RUSO community. We have the Kumasi RUSO community. And then Cape Coast too, we are just working on that. Then George is even the one who is managing the Cape Coast RUSO community. So with the universities we started, our main aim too is that we want to link the other universities from the other African countries. So with the universities we've started, but it's not easy when it comes to in-person trainings. It involves a lot of money. Even this program, we tell you how much we spent so far. It's just mind-blowing. So we are still pushing. They said Rome was not built in a day. So we are still pushing. I know we'll get there. We'll get there. That's why we need you guys to be on board. Once you guys are on board, we'll be able to train others. So I can see Simisani from Botswana. Simisani, you are welcome. Thank you for joining. So Simisani is a global trainer. She's an international trainer. She's from Botswana. She's helping us to even build the art ladies in Ghana here. So Simisani is here. Thank you, Simisani. She's joining us from Europe. I think she has gone for one of our conferences in Europe. So she's just joining. And we appreciate it. So regarding the first degree, we are still working on it. So very soon you'll hear more adverts on that. So I'm still waiting for Dr. Irene to join us, for Dr. Irene to join us. So before I do that, I think our MC is in, so I'll let her just, Mr. George. Okay, so I'll just give some announcement, then the MC comes to take over. So we have from I think next month we have mentorship training on R. Next month is for 1 month. We start 7:30 to 8:30 next month. From Monday to Wednesday, it's in the evenings. That'll be July. And then the same July, we have Ghana, we have a meetup with Cameroon Aristo community, which will also be on a Saturday. In August too, we have 50 days of becoming data scientists. That will be training you, we take you through statistics, we take you through calculus, we take you through probability, we take you through R, we take you through data cleaning, data visualization, we take you through data analysis in R. We take you through Tableau. Then we take you through how to communicate your results. So that one is for 50 days. And that one will start somewhere August. So that's the programs we have for now. So we'll be putting it on the page. So those who are interested, they can join and learn more. So I think Dr. Irene will soon join us. Okay. So Dr. Irene has just joined us. So I don't know the picture. Dr. Irene has just joined us. Let me introduce her. Oh, Nana, you have to come and introduce Dr. Irene. So let me call on Nana to come and introduce Dr. Irene. Dr. Irene is very busy, but she's helping us too. So Nana, Dr. Irene is here. Okay. So introduce Dr. Irene.
All right, Dr. Irene, good to see you once again. All right,
Hi.
Dr. Irene Kafui Amponsah is with the Department of Statistics, UCC. She is the founder and principal organizer of the Our Ladies Cape Coast. I think so far they are the leading serious and very active Our Ladies. They've been able to hold a meetup. All right, congratulations, Doc. Please, you are welcome. Ghana Our Conference 2025. I thought you'd be here in person, but it's good to see you.
I'm so sorry. I have an anniversary to plan, and today is even the last day. So I'm very active and I have to be here. My dean said you not allow me to go.
All right, we hope to see you next year, I think in Akua.
Yes. Sure, God willing. God willing.
All right, good. So we're going to listen to Dr. Irene. He's going to give us the interface between statistics and data science with the application in medical statistics. So those of us who are in the medical area, public health research area, we should listen very well and get our questions ready. Doc, you are welcome.
Thank you.
You can start sharing your slides.
All right. So can you see my slides? I had already shared. Can you see the slides?
Yes, please.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Ghana Our Conference. A special thanks to our management team led by Frances, and all of us working behind the scene to make this a success. Now, today I'm here with one of my graduate students, Mr. Anthony Gyereh. Anthony, can you put on your camera and then introduce yourself?
Hello, greetings to you all. This is Anthony. I am a research assistant at the School of Medical Science. I practically use R in data analytics in the medical field. Yeah, it's a pleasure being here, and I hope to learn a lot. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, so Anthony was my project student. He's a BSc statistics holder, but then he finds himself with the medical school to do his research assistantship. So you see how knowing statistics or using the programming R can send you to places. So he's kind of branching into like health, cyber security, and data science. Now, he's also a member of my team, Coastal Antidote, where we are a cybersecurity team and we do a lot of hackathons, both internationally and nationally, even within the sub-region of Africa. The last one we went to was South Africa and we were fourth. So that's a lot of things we are doing with all the data science, statistics, and cybersecurity things that we are learning. Now, today I'm going to, since I need to run away from all of you, I will start and Anthony will go through the practical section with you. Are we okay with that? I didn't want to disappoint, so that's why we are here. So I will start, then he will finish with the practical section. All right, you can use the chat boxes to let me know if you are okay. So most times, people think that data science is really different from statistics. But statistics was existing before data science came about, or before people started noticing, and even data science has been there, but it is now that we are making a lot of noise about it. Now, why statistics? Every let's say statistics and mathematics, everything we do are backed by models, algorithms, any machine that is working, somebody had written a program behind it, right? Good. And any software, any mouse, any gadget working, it is backed by some technology. All right. Okay. Thank you for alerting me to put the slides in presentation mode. So statistics is like something you cannot do without. Mathematics is like something you cannot do without. Because everything that works in this world is backed by some model, algorithm, or some equation that we have added buttons and things on. And anytime we start doing a kind of automation, like you are repeating a process over and over and over and over again, then it means that you have kind of found a pattern or a way of just not to repeat what you are doing, but to find a way to do that thing for larger data sets, what we call machine learning, larger data sets and all that. So there is really not a difference or a sharp difference, but it's just using statistical algorithm or mathematical algorithms with technology and making things easier for all of us. That would be data science. So let's go on to how we can apply these things in health. Personally, I am into stochastic processes, medical statistics or health statistics, and I'm also into, when I say stochastic processing, that is queuing processes and Markov chains. That's my area. Then I'm also into price analysis in econometric models where we apply statistics a lot. That's my special field. And then any other general data exploration. Okay, so we are going to demonstrate today the application of R programming in the health sector. Then we look at uh, innovative statistical tools and data visualizations in R. We also want to showcase an example where Anthony would be gliding you through. And then finally, we evaluate the health impact assessment through R-based data science. Okay. So why R for health and development? Now, large ecosystems of packages like tidal verse, epitools, and survival analysis are things that we use, right? They are packages we use to analyze this ecosystem things. And it is very, very important that we are able to analyze these things. Now, we also need strong support for reproducible research like R Markdown, Shiny, GG, Plot2, right? All the plot things that we use in R. This is one of the graphical interfaces that we use in R. Then it is also ideal for health data analysis, mapping, and then policy modeling. So, for instance, I used R to model the asymmetric relationship between, for instance, prices where when there is increase in fuel, people will raise their prices up. Market women, even shoemaker will say that prices are high, things are high, and it affects any. But as soon as they reduce the prices or the dollar rate reduces or fuel reduces, nobody is ready to reduce anything, and that relationship we call asymmetric is unbalanced, right? And that is just in price analysis. And also last time, I and one of my graduate students did research in um, the type of diabetes, right? We want to see the progression of diabetes from when you were diabetic, you were diagnosed to the time you either die as an absorbing chain or you become ulcerate that they cut off your leg, amputation. So that is also an absorbing chain. So that is how you can even use R in health. So that is what we did, and we have published 2 papers on that. So this is all what health data, right? Currently, we want to work on breast cancer and its various stages. So, and I know that yesterday you've gone through how to download R, how to know the 4 interfaces in R Studio, the environment in R Studio. So I'm not going to waste my time on this. Now, where do we get data or health data? What are the sources? Now, we have the health management information system for all health workers. So anytime a doctor and nurse input data somewhere, they'll put it in this HMIS system where they use, right? And sometimes we go in there for data. But getting data from the health system is very, very cumbersome. You have to pay sometimes. It's only those within the health system that easily get it. But if you are coming from outside, you must pay. Also, WHO and the World Bank health indicators are there. You can go online. You can go online and get all this. Then survey data, which you can get from even GIS. You know, the sensors that they did, there's a lot of data sitting there. You need to apply and tell them, and they'll give you the data. Hospital records and electronic health systems. You remember when you go to the hospital, your hospital visits, anything you do, the data is taken. I think now we've transformed ourselves from the manual system to the what? Electronic system. So that's how you can get the data from. So you go to a hospital and get the data. Those of you who want to do research, you can always go to these sources for data. Now, the overview of R's capability are in data manipulation, statistical modeling, and visualization. Now, introduction to key R packages. So we have the Psych, GG, Plot2, DPLYR, and TIDA-VERSE. They all have their function. Anthony will walk you through it. And then the emphasis on the R's open source. R is free. And I know by now you know. You don't have to suffer to get R. Like SPSS, Minitab, which is for statistics people. SPSS for social science, but we all use it, right? Okay. So, and then we have SAS, Theta, and all that. You need to buy them. You need to buy the licensed versions. If you don't have it, there are certain analysis you can't do. But you see, with R, it's very free. The only thing is that you need to learn the packages, know when to use each package at what time. That's the only, and then it is what? Command based. And that's what we all don't like. But if you are very versed in it now, you know that with time, oh, it is so easy. You are no more worried about what code to write and all that. It's something you need to practice each day. If you learn the R and you put it down, you forget. Some of the things I've forgotten myself, to be frank. So if you are coming to start all over again, it's difficult. So every day you must make R your friend. Practice with R and all that, right? Okay. So we will just concentrate on one statistical method or one statistical technique called chi-square test in R and its assumptions when it pertains to health. Now, chi-square test can be seen in two ways. The goodness of fit test, which would want to ascertain or confirm whether a theory follows a theory or a distribution from the sample follow the mother distribution in the population. That's R squared. That's what goodness of fit is. Then we have R squared test of independence. It is to test the association between two categorical health variables. So for instance, I want to see if my sugar level, diabetes status, the diabetes status is categorical because we say you are, you have diabetes, you are maybe high, low, or moderate or something. So it is categorical in nature. We want to see if that your status has anything to do with whether you are a male or female, right? Whether you're a male or female. So that we can use R. And the doctors want to understand why maybe it's only elderly people are having diabetes than the younger people. So that is age group. So that's also categorical, right? And so we want to see if there is any association or dependency of one variable to the other and why so. So chi-square will be a good statistical model to use. Like for instance, I want to deviate a little from health, just to make it easier. We have a political affiliation. We want to see whether females like party A because they are females, or males like party B because they are males. That is what chi-square does, the test of independence. So the hypothesis will be, let's say diabetes is not associated with age group. Your diabetes level is not associated with age group, or diabetes is not associated with what? Gender, which is male or female. You know that in Ghana, our constitution stipulate that we are only male and female, right? And I hope all of us are males and females. If you have any challenges, just seek counseling, okay? All right. So another example, is there an association between estrogen receptor and progesterone receptor? That is it. So the estrogen receptor and progesterone receptor are just the types of cancers we have, breast cancers we have, the type, the levels. If you have cancer, it might be in different levels, right? This is a research I'm doing with a team of medical doctors and myself. So this idea is not for you people. It is encrypted. It is licensed, so please don't take this idea. Then the chi-square test is a non-parametric test. A non-parametric test. So it goes with the assumption of you must have randomness and independence. It goes with the assumption of randomness and independence. And then another assumption that because we are going to be creating contingency tables, you must make sure that your cell counts are not 5 and below. 20% of that cell count is not below 5. When I say cell count, the value in each cell of the crosstab, the value in each cell, right? All right, so we have looked at the assumptions of chi-square test of independence. The test of association, the test of goodness of fit is the same, but that one, it does not deal with cell counts, right? It doesn't deal with cell count. So we move on. So the R codes for running this, though you'll be going through it, let's just go through it a little bit. I think this one you can see. It's a little bit big. So you need to install packages, and then after installing, you call for the data, right? But you're not going to use this data because it's our research. We'll be using another demo data. So you first of all install the packages, and then when you finish, you call for the data. So you put the data into a data frame, and then you attach the data, you attach the name, and you create the contingency table with tax equal to table, right? You do that. And then you now ask for the chi-square test code, and then you write it. Then when you do that, you get a result on my right-hand side of the screen, right? So the X squared, the Pearson's chi-square test, and then when the tests come, you look at the p-value. Normally, we do a default of 95%, which is alpha is equal to 0.05. But you can change it to 1%, which is 99%, an alpha of 1%, 0.1, or you can change it to 90%, which is 0.01, depending on the research area. In health, I would choose alpha of 99%, like a confidence level of 99%, where my alpha is, pick it and tell me, zoom, where my alpha is 1%. I want a higher risk so that my estimation will be what? Accurate or more accurate, right? So it depends on the research area. So if you analyze the data and your output from R comes, and let's say you get S squared, chi-squared of 4.1667 with a 4 degrees of freedom, because we're estimating 5 variables. So we get 4 degrees of freedom minus 1, right? And the p-value is 0.0412. It means that we have an alpha of 0.05. This means that since our p-value is less than the alpha value, our test is significant, and we are saying that there is association between estrogen level and progesterone level. That's why I didn't become a medical doctor. The words sometimes are so big. Eh? Me myself, I can't pronounce some of and I want to be academic doctor. Okay. Or professor. Now, so that is what it is like. So it means that yes, those who have cancer, having a higher form of cancer is really significant from having a lower form of cancer. And you know, the higher or the high level cancer that you get, you die. The more serious the cancer becomes, the more you die. It could be breast cancer, it could be head tumor, it could be cancer in the stomach, liver, or anywhere, right? But then when we run tests, sometimes we want to even see where the significant difference is coming from. So you go back to the summary statistics. Anthony, remember to run summary statistics for them. Summary statistics to see the magnitude of or the value of the variable, the mean variable, right? Then that would even tell you more information. So when the p-value is less than the alpha value, it means that your test is significant, and then really there is an association or there is some dependency. This is not a cause and effect kind of dependency. One cancer level is not causing the other, but then there is some association between the two, because look, you all have cancer anyway. So the kind of chemical reactions in one level of the cancer will be in the same level, but then the other one do not have what the other one has. So that's where the difference is coming from. So we can go ahead and do a lot of things, right, with it. So this is the nature of maybe health data. One statistical tool you can use. There are other ones you can also use. But because of time, we cannot demonstrate all here, right? Okay. Now, so what collaborative efforts and innovations have been made so far? Partnership between Ghana Health Service, universities, and tech community. I mentioned that this research that I'm demonstrating to you, I am having partnership with some doctors from Central Regional Hospital in Cape Coast here. So that is what Ghana Health Service. And I'm from a university. So you see the partnership? Aha. And then when it comes that we have to simulate or automate some of these things, then we'll call in the tech guys to help us, and we are rushing into what? Data science, right? Now, anything we do, the community-driven projects, for instance, you hear that there is hackathon. Currently, we are having CANS at 10th anniversary. We had a hackathon on Monday, Wednesday. Today is the finals. What is this hackathon about? We are trying to look at the sanitation problem around the University of Cape Coast community and try to solve it and make money out of it. And the models they are coming up with, we will be using R models, Python, and then, the computer science and IT and all that. They're also bringing their softwares to come. And these team that we have formed for, let's say, School of Physical Science, we call them Transformers. They are using IT knowledge to combine with health and social knowledge to come up with these smart device, AI driven, to do what? To come with a solution to solve the sanitation problem. Are we getting it? And the workshop that you are doing today, and the workshop our Ghana is giving you today, is a community-driven project. We are giving to society, and we are making impact. Now, we're also integrating R in health informatics curricula. When you come here to University of Cape Coast to study, I teach data analysis, and we use R. Aside the Minitab, SPSS, and the MATLAB, we still use R. When you go outside to school, you need R. So R is very, very vital. These days, I think it's the dawn of the day. Is it that R or Python? One of those two. And when you are using Anaconda, that combines both R and Python into one interface, right? Then you know that, so you have to also go and read about Anaconda, right? Python is also having some graphical interface attached to the command-driven line. So that's the little difference there. And then in health, data visualization in health, you can also use Excel, right? You can also use Excel to do these simple things, right? Excel, very intelligent, because Excel is a tool we're using before things came. Now we also have frequency count of the variables we looked at. You see, these are the plots that we had. You see, these are the plots, the estrogen, the negative one. We recategorize the breast cancer into different levels, and then this is the plot. So you could also see that, yes, the HER2 receptor negative, zero negative is what? More serious than the others. So you can interpret. Then it can also enable data analytic tool part from Excel, right? The Excel. So you go to file, option analysis, and then you look at the tool part. Then you can select the AI analytic tool and then instruct it to generate bar chart for you. So this is how you can do data science. So we use AI, and so you can practice it. Anthony, you practice this with them if it's possible. All right. I need to run away. So what are some of the challenges that we've been having, and what are the mitigation strategies? Now, we have limited technical expertise in R. I know Francis, myself, the other doctors and lecturers, professors who use R. George is also there. He's also currently becoming a doctor soon. And then people to even teach the R, and then we don't have the resources to even do this. This thing we are doing, funding became very difficult. You can ask Sir Francis, it's difficult. How to get money to even give these things to you is very difficult. And when we want to subsidize, we need money, funding to be able to subsidize. So there are challenges. Then inadequate infrastructure is also an issue. Where to have the program? Good internet, network. Look at how I just went off during the presentation. And then people are even not wanting us to get easy access to open source tools like R. And what are some of the strategies we are using? Capacity building programs and training like Ghana R Conference. Let's put our hands together for Ghana R Conference. They are doing well because they are building capacity. And then training you to be good. Last time, Cape Coast R ladies, we had a training here on R, and it was very impactful. Investment in ICT and infrastructure is also another strategy we can deepen. And then advocacy for open source adoption in health institutions. So we need to tell all the health institutions that we need R in our workplace to model and do everything that we have to do. Okay, I want us to have enough time for the practical. So now this is a flow chart. So future directions. We need to scale up R-based solutions for national health programs, leveraging machine learning and AI for predictive analysis, and promoting open data policies to facilitate research and innovation. And we could use this flow chart as a roadmap for integrating R. When the slides are shared, then we could have it, and I think we can send this to institutions and directories to help us. So my conclusion before the training section is that there is a need for call to action where we need to know that R is a powerful tool for advancing health outcomes. We also need to do collaboration so that we can sustain the impact of R and its good use for our development. And also engage capacity building, embrace open source tools, and foster data-driven decision making. On this point, I hand over to maybe some few questions before Anthony comes in, because I'll be running away from you. Any questions? Any one or two? We can take maybe one or two.
Yeah, let's give Dr. Irene a round of applause. Thank you so much. Taking us through real academic research. Please, any question for those of us here? And those online, if you have any question, raise your hand so that you'll be called.
You can come and use this one and I get out.
Please, any question for?
No, you use your machine. maybe when they go through the practical sessions, they might have questions. And if so if they have any other question, I'll be on standby. He can call me and I can give the answer. It's just that I'm sorry, so sorry. The college is calling me to come and do my duties. You see my shirt? Where is it? I am LOCC. I'm the planning committee, so I need to run away. Francis, so sorry. Nana, so sorry, okay?
We're grateful for the time that you shared with us. We are very grateful.
Sure. I wish I were there so that Francis can pamper me a little. Nana is taking all the pampering. Please, when you are coming back, bring me my goodies, eh? All right. Are you on? Okay, so I'll hand over to Anthony. He's sharing. So let me stop my sharing. Guys, nice meeting you all. Bye.
Bye. All right, Anthony, you can start sharing your slide. All right, thank you.
Okay, please, can you see my slide?
You can see, but the fonts are small.
You can come and use this thing.
Very small.
Okay.
I don't know how, whether you go, but if those in front.
And I'm in 2 months.
Okay. Please.
Sit down.
Okay, they are trying to see if they can zoom the projector. Because
Okay.
the
This one.
chorus.
Please, can you see my screen? See.
Share, you share. Where is the presentation? No, share. Please, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
yeah. Some of the quotes. Okay, I think maybe this one is better. No,
Okay.
little bit. Oh,
I
okay.
should,
It's okay now.
okay.
Thank you.
I think my internet.
No problem. You should still be using. Can they see your screen?
Yes, they can see. Okay, please. Are you ready? Can I start? No, it's already. It's okay for the charging. I don't have to.
Please, you can start.
Okay, thank you. All right, so thank you for having me. So the point is that here we are talking about R. Someone will ask, why are we using R in the health sector? R is it's actually a highly technical tool we use for analysis. And here I'm going to use some health data, health science, which I'll be using to do the demonstration on how all those techniques are being used in the aspect of R, okay? So here, what you do is that, first of all, before you get the data into R, then you have to import the data, all right? So R has a manual, that's automatic way you can import the data inside. And with this, you come to the file, and from the file, there's a place called the import data, okay? So you come to import data, then from that to your far right, you have the different places you can import the data from, okay? But my data is Excel, it's Excel data. So if you're importing Excel data, then you come to SPSS, no, that's Excel. If you have SPSS data, then you come to SPSS and do the importation, all right? Now, because I have Excel data, then I click on Excel. Then from this part, let me hide this. Okay, so I come to browse, all right? So I click on browse. Then from browse, I locate where my data is being kept. So I kept my data on this folder. That's my carton, all right? Then I move to that place. Then I have my data there. The data there is called MBI Health Data, all right? So I click on it. Then I click open. It loads. So you realize that we have retrieving data at the other side. So you click on it, and then you come to import. Then you click on import, and you are good to go. So when you import, you realize that the data set comes on the R editor. So where you are seeing the data is called the R editor, right? So we have the editor here, and also we have the console down here. So if you type any code on the editor, then the code runs and the output comes on the console, right? Good. So having gotten this, then we have our data already. The next, what you do is that you have to go and attach the data, okay, attach the data set. So here I have the data set as BMI health data, okay? So I come and type on attach, then I have my health data there. I just copy it. And even if you are mistaken with the title of the data set, then you come down to the console. You come down to the console, we have BMI health data, which is read Excel, then the path directory is there, okay? So you can just copy the BMI health data, then you insert it there and run. So with the attached file, you run it. So if you run, now the reason for adding the attach is that in the aspect of subsequent coding, if you want to extract a variable, let's say h. So if you want to extract h from the data set, then use what we term as the dollar sign, okay? So use a dollar sign, then add the variable there, then it comes. That is the essence of the attaching variable. So then from then you can click on name. The name gives you all the variables that are embedded in BMI health data. So you click on it, and now if you want to run the code, this is what you do. You can come to the run section there, click on run, it runs. Or if you want, you click on code, you press on control on your keyboard, and with it, you press on enter. So control subsequently with enter, then the code runs. That is if you're doing it on the editor. But if you want to run it on the console, then you have to press only enter. Now, the difference between the editor here, this is the editor, and the console here is that you can do editing on the editor. So if you write a code and the code is not right, you want to correct it, you can correct it on the editor. But if you write that code on the console, you can't edit it. That's the difference. Okay, so I would advise that anytime you're coding, use the editor to run your code. I think that would be very good. Okay, thank you. All right, so the next part is that if you enter, so now let's run this now. You have names there with BMI health data. That's the name of the data set. So we click on control, then enter. So if you look down here, let me move my console up. Okay, so if you move down here, you realize that we have names there. That's wrong. We have names there. We have age, weight, height. So this one gives you the data set you are running, everything. Okay, good. Now, if you also click on view, the view is same as you try to get the visualizations of the data set. So that means that you want to get how your data set is. So if you click on view, so if you enter this code, you realize that the data set will come. You realize that data set is going to display on the editor view. That is how it is. Okay. All right. Now, moving on, we have the other aspect. If you want to do descriptive statistics, okay, we have this mostly in the health sector. We deal with mostly the mean, the standard deviations, the summary statistics, and all that. Okay, so I'll give you a summary code of how to run the summary statistics as a summary descriptives and all that using the health sector data. But for the meantime, if you want to run mean, okay, with a given data set, you realize that I have here BMI health data with a dollar sign H. So this I was telling you that if you want to extract only H from this data set, then what you do is that, yes, H. So you realize that if I run names here, the names I have age, weight, height, and all that. Now, if I want to extract only H and use only H to run my data set, then what I'll do is that I can copy the BMI data, okay, see what I'm doing. So copy it and paste it here. I don't want to waste time. That's why I'm doing that. So paste it. But because I want to extract H, then I bring the dollar sign. So if you want to extract the data set, you bring a dollar sign. So that is shift with F. That's shift with 4. And dollar sign comes. Now when it comes, then a pop-up drops with all the variables that are embedded on BMI health data. So just click on each and run. That's Control Enter. So you realize that here it has given us all the variables pertaining to each. So let me see. Okay, so please, with this is we have extracted the health data on each already. I want to know, are we all following? Please, can I hear you? Are we all following?
Yes.
Okay. Am I fast or I'm slow? Is the pace okay?
Yeah, the
Cool.
pace is okay.
All right, great.
By saying you are okay, so please come in between.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So let me say I want to run mean on each data. So the code for mean, you just enter, you type the mean as in MEAN, then open bracket, then include what you run there. That's BMI $each. So when you do this, then you click on Control Enter. Then it gives us the mean of the data set. Please, are you getting it? All right. So Madam also made mention of packages. Okay. So in R, we have different packages we use in R. We have the tidyverse, we have the ggplot2, the base R, and all that. So if you are running a certain code, let's say you want to do visualization, ggplot2 is good for visualization. But what happens is that it has some specifications that you need that the base R cannot do. Okay. So if you want to install a package like ggplot2, then what you do is that you enter the install the packages. And before you do that, you have to get internet connectivity. The installation comes with internet connectivity. So you have installed the packages, open brackets. Now there's something I did not mention earlier, which I'm going to do. If you are putting any code in R and it happens that it's numeric, you write it as in numeric form. But if you're putting any code and the code is string, that's in alphabetical form, let me put it that way, okay? So once it is in an alphabetical form, you see that it's string. So once you're writing a string code on R, then use the quotation marks. Okay, that is why you see that I wrote install the packages and then I brought the quotation marks there with ggplot2 in there. All right. So if you don't bring a quotation mark, then the software will not take it as a string variable or the string character. So let's say I'm running this. So as I told you, I have it already. But sometimes too, you can come to the packages aspect, that is to your bottom right, okay? You see that we have something like packages there. So if you click on the packages there, you have already installed packages in R. And if you check on each of it, it tells you what all of these things are being used for. So something like this, we have something like Brio, all right? This one is a basic R input output something package that we use. So each of these things, they gives you description about how the data set is or how R is. Okay, so if you install the ggplot2 on R, then what you do is that if you want to now use it, then you call the library. So you type library, then include the ggplot2 there. So let me put my quotation marks. Good. All right. So include it there and run so that the library will go. Okay. So you include it. Sorry. Okay. So I have my control. Good. So you have library there with ggplot2. So if you have this, then you are good to go. You can now go along and run your analysis. Now, if you are finding difficulties with which type of package to use, that's what I was telling you, you can just come straight to the packages aspect, then look at it, just scroll up, then you see all the different types of installed packages in R, then select it, just click on it, then it's installed. So let me see, I'm clicking on deploy. So deploy is for graphical data manipulation. So just click on deploy, okay, click on it, and it's going to be installed. You see that? So that is how it is. All right, so going forward, I have my BMI health data, and let me say that that data comes in columns form. So once it comes in column form, let me say I want to pick extract. So you see that I wrote something like subsetting data. This thing comes because I want to. I brought some like hash sign there. If you are writing a comment in R, please note here. If you are writing a comment in R, you want us to know that this is what you want to do. and that is what we term as comment. So if you're adding a comment, then you bring the hash sign, as in this hash sign, then bring subsetting data. So once you write this, then I will take it that your next codes are going to be based on you subsetting the data. All right, so just kind of some points you want to give to yourself in that order. That is it. Okay, so with BMI health data, I want to subset, let me see, I want to subset column 1 to column 5. So subsetting is simply you picking up a data set, okay, a group of data set from the whole data. So I have BMI health data. The BMI health data, it has number of variables there, okay, and those variables comes in columns, all right, it comes in columns. So what I'm saying is I want to subset column 1 to column 5 from that BMI data. So that's what I'm trying to say. So I want to show you how that thing is being done. And this one comes as in the case of X and Y. You see, subsetting comes in the case of rows and columns. All right. So you know rows comes in the first part and column comes in the second part, right? So now here I'm not going to extract anything about row. I'm going to extract something about column. So now, and if you're subsetting, use the square brackets to subset. So in this case, I have my BMI data. That is the full data I have. Okay. Then I use my square bracket. Okay. So I use my square bracket. Now I'll just leave a comma. So that comma I'm leaving, it means that I am leaving my row to be empty because the thing comes as row and column. Okay. So I'm leaving my row to be empty. And out of that, I'm going to pick, this is like a set. I'm going to pick from column 1 to column 5. That's how it is. I'm going to pick some from column 1 to column 5 and I run. So you can decide to pick from column 2 to column 10 any way you want. Or if you want here, you can decide to put 2 here. If you put 2 here, it means that you're going to pick row 2. Then from row 2, you're going to pick column 1 to column 5. Okay, so you can just do that. So it's kind of like you want to extract something based on your discretion and then use it for your analysis. That is the power of R. So let me say here, I'm leaving it this way, and then I run. That's enter this. You see that? So if you enter, you see that it's giving me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are variables. So if you look at the console, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it means that it has picked the 5 columns from BMI data, health data. Please, do you understand? Can I continue?
Yes.
Okay, good. So that is why you can pick only this and run your analysis with it. Okay, so these are some of the things you need to know. Okay, now there is something I have here. You see, when it comes to the next code, it's just like, okay, this one I told you this. This is how to extract, pick a certain variable. So you can include any of the variables there with the dollar sign. Then please note, the dollar sign is a key character. So if you're extracting it, make sure you add the dollar sign and extract. That is just it. Now, if in subsequent codes, you don't want to be adding BMI health data table and all that. Now we have our term as variable, defining variables. Okay, so now I can decide to leave this. We have something like table BMI, something like this. Now this one is in a way that if I run this BMI H, that means that I'm extracting only H. This is what I have from the console. This is what I have. Now this data set, it's not arranged. So I want it to arrange in a tabular form. So what you do is that you just include the code table as in TABLE, then copy the whole code and insert it. So if you do copy and insert it, then you run, then you see that down here, we have the data set here. We have a data set. This is the number of 9 data sets that are there. So it's going to count each of them. If you as the 19 appeared 9 times in that order table. Okay. If I don't want to use table BMI and like the code is going to be long, So what I'll do is that I'm going to I'll assign a variable to it. And that variable is onto you. Let's do anything to it, okay? So let me say I'm assigning something like tab. So I'm just writing something like tab, T-A-B. It's not anything. So I can write P-A-R, anything at all. So now I can do something like T-A-B. And then I come to table, I copy it. But before that, you have to add equal sign, okay? Then you assign it. Then I paste. Now, if I paste it, I'm going to run, but this same thing, the frequencies are going to count. So if I run like this, so it's like that same thing is going to come. But because I assigned it, it's going to give me this same code. This same code is going to count. So what I'll do is that I'll come down and call TAB as in tab. If I call TAB, but note please, if you're calling it, we use TAB, we do not use capital TAB. So if you use capital TAB to give you an error. So one thing I must also say that R is case sensitive. Okay, it's sensitive. So if you're using A, make sure it's small a. Don't go and then include capital A. It won't run. Okay, it's case sensitive. So I have my tab there and I run. So the same thing is going to count. So I'm not going to write the whole table, BMI. I'm not going to write that long thing again. I'm going to type. I'm just going to put TAB. And in subsequent analysis, I just go have TAB there and it counts. Okay, having noted that, now let's say that we want to write summary statistics. So summary statistics gives us, Madam made mention of that, I just want to include that. Summary statistics gives us that's the 5 main summary statistics, the mean, the minimum value, the maximum value, and all that. So if you want to run summary statistics, what you do is that you just write summary as in SUMMARY. Okay, so you have summary there, open your bracket. Then this is a string variable, so I have my quotations there. Okay, I have my quotations there. Okay, and run. All right, so you just run it. Okay, it's giving me a character, please. I think from the onset. Okay, so let me run. Good. Okay, so here I did not include the string because this is something I ran already. So once I ran it already, and then some results came. So I'm calling that same thing. And I want it to give me a summary of that same code. That is why I did not include the strings. But you see, when I included the quotations, it gave me character. Something like this, it gave me character. It means that once it gave me character, it means that it's taking the thing as alphabetical, and it's not going to give me anything about summary on alphabetical variables. That's why it is. So I just have to remove it and run it direct. So if you do it, you see that it's giving us the minimum value, the first quartile is giving us the medium, the mean, the third quartile, and the maximum value. Okay, so this is how to run the summary statistics of this. Okay, now in the health aspects, sometimes you want to plot a graph, like you want to plot different visualizations. And with those different visualizations, we want to plot maybe 4 graphs on a page. Okay, so we don't want it to be separate. We want to plot 4 graphs on a page. So this is something new. I just want to include that. So you want to plot 4 graphs on a page. Now what you do is that you enter the command develop.new, as in this, develop.new, okay, and open the bracket. So we do develop.new and run. Then you have let me come. If you do that, sorry, so a pin is going to come. Please, you can still see my page. Something like this is going to come. That's device 4 active, something like that is going to come. So this one is kind of like, if you're not plotting anything, those plots are going to come here. But I'm bringing in this because if you want to plot, then we can specify, as in we can customize how many data set we want it to be on this device. And we can use this one, extract it to Word, and do our reports. So let me show you that. So if you have this, so develop the new, and this one comes, okay? Then you include a parameter. This PAR means parameter, okay? So its parameter is kind of like how many you specify, how many graphs you want to include on the device. So when you run parameter, as in PAR this, then you have this kind of text coming out, okay? You have this kind of things coming out. These are the different parameters we have, okay? But the common one I use
here. The common one I use is I think M. We have something with them as OFR, okay? That's MFRO, okay? MFRO. So if you want, you can choose any of these parameters, okay? But I decided to choose, these are the parameters. I decided to choose MFOR, which is here, okay? MFOR. So now with this, I want to now specify, this is my parameter now, based on, I had this parameter, this MFOR from this parameters they came, I had it from this place. So now I want, good, this is it, MFOR, you see that? So this is a parameter, so this is what I choose. Now I want to customize it and see how many data set I want to be on that graphic. So here, I just do MFOR, then do C. So the C in R means concatenate. So if you see anything C, it means concatenate. So if I run it something like lists, if I don't bring this C here and I write 2, 2, the 2, 2 is kind of like two things coming together. So if I bring two or more things together, then you bring the C, which is concatenate, please. So this concatenate, if you don't bring the concatenate, all your codes are going to be wrong. So bring the C there before you add this. So this 2 here, it means that on the page, I want to plot 2 graphs on the first row, on 2 rows, and also 2 on the columns. So 2 rows, 2 columns, that's what I want to do, okay? So what I'll do is that I just specify 2, 2 there. I can do 1, 1. It means that I'm going to have 1 row and also 1 column, okay? So I'm just doing 2, 2. So having gotten this, then I'm going to run. That's PMFRO, this. Then I'm going to run it. So if you run, that will appear, okay? But it's going to affect the graphic. Okay, so now let's go to visualizations, the data visualizations. So let's say that I want to plotting. You see, Madam made mention of correlation. There was something like correlation chi-square, okay? Correlation goes with a scatter plot. And scatter plots, the code for scatter plot, you know, see it as scatter plot in R. You see it as plot. So once you see plot is same as scatter plots. So in this case, I'm just going to have my plot, and with the plots, so what happens is that I'm going to type plots, okay? Then I have my data sets. And as I told you, I want from a data set, I want to extract weights. So I'm going to plot weights and height, all right? So I'm going to extract weights and height. So those would be my 2 factors. And note, because the weight is coming first, then that weight is going to be for our x-axis. And then the height is going to be our y-axis. That is the scenario. Okay, so you're not going to specify, oh, this is weight, this is height. No, as x, y. The first one is for x, the second one is for y. All right, so I extracted my health data, weight there, BMI data, weight there, okay? Then from there, I have something, I want to show you something here about visualization. We have something with them as the point character, okay? It's just like how you want the characters to be. Then the point extension too. So if you want the extensions to be bigger, then you have the character extension there. You just specify it. So here I have one there. And the colors, how do I want the colors to be, okay? So you can just specify any color there. You realize that here I'm using quotation because it is a string. That is why I'm using quotation. Please, are you getting me? Okay. If you don't understand anything, just prompt me, I'll explain. So I haven't gotten the color. So this is the code for color. Just make it COL equal to, then put the color there. So any color at all, just put it there, bring your quotation, put it there. The color is going to change. Then you run. So let me say I'm running it. So let me say Control Enter. So if you run Control Enter, then it's going to come on this pane. So you realize that. So it came here. So this is on the graphic. So in this case, I have my characters there. I have my colors there. Everything is being inserted. Okay. So this is how it is. So now with this, let me see. I'm going to plot different graph. I want you to see how we can plot many of them on this graphic. So let me still use the plot command. So I come to my plots, then I'm extracting BMI. So realize that when we did call from the console, name from the console, name. We have something like BMI. As you can see BMI there. So I'm going to run a plot of BMI. So I just run it. Okay, so I run that. Then good. So you see that. Let me bring it to this side. Okay, so you realize that another graph came. You see that. So this one, you have many of them on one graph. I mean, on one sheet. Good. So this is the power of R. This is what some other softwares can't do, but R can do. Okay, so I have this now. Let me move to the other aspects. Let me say I want to do a pie chart. So we have the plot there. I want to do another visualization about pie charts. And a pie chart, mostly it deals with categorical variables. All right. So once I'm dealing with categorical variables, then I'm going to extract 6 from the data set, which you already know. I told you that. All right. Then from the 6, I want to get the frequency of 6. All right. So for my data set, what I'll do is that I just click on table. That's gender. So I have table there and a run. So run
Anthony,
table. Yes.
please, I think you've brought us something, but we can't see the graph.
Okay. It's here. It's here. This is a graphic. Okay. So the point is that it's a graphic. It's something we are putting up. So if you plot it, then it goes to your stats bar. But after this, I'll show you another way that you just plot it. It will come singly on your plot pane on the house studio. All right. Okay. So let's just continue. So these are the 2 things that came. All right. So now I want to do a pie chart. Please, are you okay?
Will it always be like that, or is sometimes that it is like that?
No, it's some. So this is customized way. So it's sometimes that it's like if you want to customize it, so it comes like this, and it depends on the variables you are plotting. I getting it. It depends on the variables you are plotting. So here we might plot different things again and realize that it's going to appear differently. I just want to show you how to customize your graphic design so that you can have more than one graph on a sheet and you report. After this, I'll just clear this, but the code to be there. I'll clear this, as in I'll minimize it, and I'll show you how to plot to on the R pane where you have the visualizations on the R itself. Do you get me? Okay, so now let me see. I am plotting pie charts here. So if I plot pie charts, then let me see. I'm entering. This is pi. So the code for pie chart is this PIE. So you do pi there, and then you come down. This is it. So it's on my tax bar. Okay. So you see that it came to this bar. So it's giving me 2 columns. It's giving me 2 columns. All right. And then 2 rows. Okay. This is some kind of visualization I want you to know. All right. So this is I'm just trying to maneuver with the health data and all that. So how to visualize it and give it in a pane form. All right. So let me plot something last about this, and then I'll plot something to on the R pane and see how it goes and how to visualize it on the R itself. So let me put it that I'm plotting a histogram of the BMI data. So the code for histogram to is this HIST, as in HIST, HIST. So you just have HIST, histogram. So I have histogram, and then I'm plotting histogram of BMI. And then there, I'm indicating a color of red. So I just have my color there is equal to, then you have your quotations there, then you have red, then you run, that's control and enter. So let me see how that one goes. All right, please, I hope you can see this. I hope you can see this. So this is kind of like a dashboard in R. So you can pick this alone if you don't want to have many of these things on different data sets, on different pages, and you're writing a lot on it. So what we do sometimes is that we just put it in one page, and write the reports straight up on it. You get that? So this is the code. So if you want to get a code, so this is custom coding. Let's have this way, and you're good to go. So if you want to also end this, if you want to end this page, then you can just go to the just clear it from here. Good. And it goes. Now, let me put
Hello, Anthony. Hello.
That uh, hello, please, can you hear me?
Yes, and please, can you also hear me?
Yes, I can
Uh,
hear you now.
Cleared something. We didn't see anything clear. I don't know if somebody saw something clear.
Okay, I just, that was the pin. I was just trying to say that the pin, you see, if you are done and then I want to show you, you see, I showed you how to customize it on a pin. So I'm saying that if you don't want the visualizations to be on that pin I did, that's the customized one, then we can put it on the R software itself. So if you put it on R software, you see, if you come to plots, this is what I'm going to say. It may not come on the graphics, but it will come on the plots interface. This is it. This is what I'm trying to say. So it will come here. Okay. So this is actually, let me do it again. This is it. So this is it. So I'm saying that if I want to clear this, then I just come to the close tab and I click. So if I click on this, it's going to clear. That's what I'm trying to say. Please do get me. Okay, so if you have this way, so let me say I'm going to run this, then I have this one to run. Okay, so what I'm saying is that if you have something like this and you want to save it, you want to save this and send it to Word, then you just right click on it. Okay, you right click on it and then click on copy as meta file. You copy as meta file and send it to Word. So paste it on Word and then report on it. So when we are done, I'll summarize it and then show you how it's being done. Okay, so the codes are still there, so I'll show you how it's being done. Can we continue? Can we continue, please? Can I hear you?
Please.
Okay, good. So what I'm saying is that if you don't want the visualizations to be on the R graphics,
Hello.
hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please. Are you about rounding up, or you still have a way to go?
I just have some few codes to talk about.
Yes. So I think I have about just 10 minutes more.
Okay, good, no problem. I'll just finish it up. Okay, so if you run manually on R, then so let's say we have histogram. If you run this histogram, it's going to come on this. So if you want to view this on the R, then you come to plots. So to the bottom right of it, okay, you have plot there. Just going to click on plots, then all your visualizations are going to come, okay? And with that plot, you see there are some arrows there. So if you click on the arrows, it shows you your subsequent graphs you've been plotting. Okay, so just click on it and everything is going to come. So with this one, it will allow you to view your data set in one pane. So each of it is going to come differently. So that is the difference. Okay, so Madam also made mention of chi-square, okay, and chi-square is a technique which is also used in the medical field, and that one is used to test for association between two categorical variables, okay. So if you look at the data set, we have something like gender as sex, which is categorical. We have the BP class, which is categorical, okay. So, and before you run chi-square test, you need to put them in a table form. So you have something like table. So the table, it gives the count of each of the observations. That's the table. So here I have my test of association. Then I come to, this is a variable. So I've defined something like chi tab. So I defined it there. Then I have my table. Okay, with the table two, I want to get a data set of sex and a BP classes, which those ones are both categorical. Okay, so let me see, I'm running that. So I run that, okay. Then because I gave it a name, I have to go and call it, which is a chi tab. So I just give me something like chi tab. So I call chi tab there. So it's like it has given me a count. If you look at the console down there, just so we can see, It has given me a count of frequencies and on male, females, the N, then all that, okay, based on the BP classes. It has given me a frequency on all that, okay. Please note, chi-square can never be run with numerical variables. Chi-square goes with categorical variables. So that is one thing you should note, okay, it's a technique, all right. Then from then, you go to the function, that's the code for chi-square. You just have chi-square as in CHISQ dot text. Okay, so you have something like text, the open bracket. Then we call chi-tab. That is the tabular form of chi-square. All right, so you call it there and run. So let's do Control Enter. So you see what has come down there. So it has given us the person's chi-square test. So here we have the degrees of freedom there as 3. We have the p-value there as 0.3626. Okay, so you pick the degrees of freedom and then the p-value and you use that for analysis. Okay, so realize that here our p-value is given as 0.3626. And this one, you see the threshold value for R is 0.05. So this is what Madam was saying, that if the value is more than 0.05, then you say that there is no association. But if it is less than 0.05, then you conclude that there is an association. Okay, so that is how the hypothesis is being run. So the default threshold value is 0.05. So use that one and then compare your association between, let's say, sex and also the BP classes. That is about chi-square. Okay, so one thing you know is that chi-square is mainly for categorical variables. All right, good. Now, that is it for the R. But I want to use the Excel. So I just want to move to Excel and show you how I can use Excel to run descriptive statistics using the health data. Okay, so this one, I think I don't have much time, so I'll just rush it up. Okay, so I won't waste much time. But is there any question on the R? Can I just switch to Excel and show you how to use the Excel? Can I switch, please? Is
Please,
there any
any
question
question?
here?
On everything that's been done on the app, to chi-square, to plotting, to graphing. Please, those online, is there any question? All right, Anthony, please, you can continue.
Okay, please. Okay, so before we go, let me just introduce something small. Yeah, I have something like correlation. Yeah, correlation. This is just something. It wasn't added, but I want to just include it. Correlation 2 is a statistical technique we use in the medical field, and it's used to test for relationship between two variables. So that one, those two variables, okay, and those variables must be continuous. So those variables must be continuous. So you just have it 10 as correlation as COR. Then you call height. See, height is a continuous variable. Then weight is a continuous variable. So you have weight and height in your run. So when you run, then let me just try to run it. So this is it. So run correlation, and has given us, oh, my distance. Okay, and has given us the value as 0.4836. That's for the correlation. Okay, so please, correlation deals with two continuous variables. Okay, these two as an X and Y, and that one goes with plots. All right, so that is it. So let me switch to Excel and show you how Excel is being used. Okay, so with my Excel, this is my Excel. My Excel is, I'm using Microsoft Office 365. And if you're using 365, I think it's cool too, okay? If you're using 365, there are advanced functions that you see in there. Okay, there are advanced functions you see in there. Okay, so now, let me say, with these data sets, I want to run descriptives of these data sets. So please, just watch here. I'm going to click on File. I want to activate the data analysis option there. So what I'll do is that I'm going to click on File. Then from File, I move down to Options. Okay, to your far left below.
Hello, Anthony.
Yes.
You said you're going on Excel, but we still have the R.
Oh, really? Okay. I think it's a sharing. Okay, I'm coming. Just a minute. Okay. 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 Can you see the Excel now? Please, can you see the Excel? It's shared. Okay. Can I continue?
Okay, it's an Excel with so many documents, so we don't
Okay.
have, so you have to open that one for us here.
Okay, so you have this, right?
All right, thank you.
Good. So I want to show you that I want to activate the data analytic option in this Excel. So you can use that for the analysis. So I just want to follow the processes. Then we just brush through and then I show you the analysis. Okay. All right. So what we do is that we go to file. Then from file, move to options. That's blue. That's down to your far left, down options. I have options there. So I click on options. Then a pop-up will come. You can see that. So from there, I go to add-ins. Okay, just from the general formula, the last but second, there's an add-in there. So I click on add-ins. I click on add-ins. So from add-ins, I have something like under the inactive application add-ins, I have analysis 2-pack VBA. Analysis 2-pack VBA. So I click on it. Okay. Then I go to OK. I click on OK. So if I do that, it's going to activate automatically. So we come to data. All right. Okay. So, okay, at the home side, we have something like data analysis. Okay. So I come to data. Okay. So please, if I come to data, you see something like data analysis there. I have something like data analysis there. Okay. So if you click on data analysis, so please, this is the power of R. This is where you can do a whole lot of statistical techniques here. If you click on the data analysis, please, if you're using 365 to help you. So if you click on data analysis, we have something like ANOVA, we have correlation, covariance, descriptive statistics, exponential smoothing, F-test, and all that. So every test is there. Okay. So let me say that I want to run descriptive statistics on a specific data set. So what I'll do is that I come to, where is that? Let me see. Descriptive statistics, which is here. I just click on it. Then click on OK. Okay. Then a pop-up will come. Then what I'll do is that we have something with them as the input range. It's kind of like where you want, like the data set you want. So let me say here, we want to use the weight. We want to get the descriptive statistics of weight. So what I'll do is that I just come and I select the weight. So the weight variable, so I select them. Okay, I select all my weight variables. This is it. Okay, so when you select it, it's going to come on the input range. Then from there, we have the output range. So the output range here, it means that you want it to be on the same worksheet. Then we also have the new worksheet. So it means that you want the data set to come on a different worksheet. That's the descriptive statistics to come on a different worksheet. So let's make it this way. And here you come and select summary statistics, which is down here. So you just select summary statistics. Please, are you getting it? Then you click on OK. You click on OK. Okay, so descriptive summary statistics, then OK. All right. Good. Okay. Let me see. Okay, sorry. Let me run it again. All right. So I come to output range. So the range, so let me put it that I want it to be I want it to be on the same page. On the same page. So I'm clicking on any of the places. Okay. Then I come to click summary statistics. Then I click on OK. All right. Please, you can see that. So if I click on OK, you realize that it has given me the mean, has given me the standard deviation, standard error, the median, the most standard deviation, like everything. That's the summary statistics. Okay, so you can use this one as well to run your analysis instead of using the R. So this is one aspect you should note. Okay, so please just activate the data analysis two-pack, add these in the Excel, and you have a whole lot to do. Okay, please, you can also make it this way. You can also do visualizations on the Excel. So kind of like you can have the data set. So let me say I have 6. Okay, so let me say I have 6 as an F. Then let me move down and make it like 20. Then I have male. Then I'll move down and make it 30. Okay, so let me say that you want to do a bar plot of this data set. So I'm just kind of like summarizing this one. So what you do is that you come and click on it, just copy the whole thing, then come to insert. Then from insert, you see under the chart section, we have different kind of data sets there. Okay, so you can just click on this and you have something like this there. Okay, you have something like this there. So these are different graphs you can do. So Excel 2 is a very strong tool you can use for your data analysis. Okay, so in short, this is all we have about the practical section of R and also on the Excel. All right. So if you have any question, please, you can kindly bring it up and let's rectify that. Thank you.
Let's give Anthony a round of applause. Thank you. Any question? Please, those online, any question? Yeah, then if you don't have any question, I think you will leave your slides for us.
Okay.
It's on the platform. If anything comes up, they will put the question on the platform and then you and Doc will address them for us. Thank you so much.
All right.
Mr.
And
Anthony.
thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. Yeah, have a great day. Bye.
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 All right, then please, our next speaker will be available around 11. I was supposed to do a presentation, but then after mine, you have to go for snack. And they said that they've made the snack like a buffet. So you go down the one that you want to take. We have to go to the restaurant. If I finish and we go down, we may not be able to come up by the 11. He is also joining us from online. He said he'll be available by 11. So I want us to break now, go down and put the snack. Then by the time we come up, he will do the presentation so that I can do my meeting. Please, is that okay with all of us? So please, let's go to the restaurant and then take our snack and then come back. Thank you. Please, when we go, let's try and come up quickly. Yes, so immediately after the snack, let's come up because we are trying to finish by prayers. All right, then, thank you. Yes, we are all going down. And please, there is a sheet going around. We want you to write your name as you want it to appear on the certificate, the order and the spelling. So please make sure that your name is on that paper as you want it to appear on the certificate. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Then those of us online, how do we send our names for you to put on our certificate?
Okay, then please in the chat.
Okay.
Put it in the
Sorry?
chat. Please write
Okay.
it in capitals and then put it in the chat. All those who are online, write your name in capitals and put it in the chat so that when we see the names in capitals, we know it's there because of the certificate so that we can just put it on the paper. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Please, Kindly hold for us for about 10-15 minutes. Those online. We'll be back very soon. And on this note, I will encourage those of us who are here. If you have any research work, you have any work you've done with R, next year, June, we have another Ghana R conference that will be in Akua. You can prepare so that, and usually by January, February, right? January, February, you can let Francis be aware and Francis can put you on to do a presentation. It can be part of your PhD work or master dissertation, or even your own work that you want to publish that you have used. You just get as a session, not the whole document, but then just a session of it. Just as we just want to see how we are using the R to do the R analysis here. And then if there is anybody here who is well versed in using the R for the analysis, you can also see Francis so that during our online workshops and trainings, you can be given the platform to train. Because yesterday, we downloaded and then installed the R Studio. We've been watching the presentations, but I know so some look a bit blurred for some of us. The codes, entering the codes, keying the codes, how to interpret your answers, your analysis, the outputs, how to do the input. So even if you have a data there, it could be that you have a data sitting there on your laptop or on your machine. You can decide to try R with it, maybe a part of it, get some few variables, try and play around with R so that we can be well versed in it. And if you like any data, we have Mr. Sham here. Mr. Sham can get you some raw data from somewhere, from TTH, from TTH, so that you can also do some analysis with the R. Like Dr. Irene was saying, I've done the basics training for R, I've keyed in, I've inputted and all that, done the plotting, but there are some of them I've even forgotten. If you don't practice with the R, if you forget, unless you are going to do another one again, then you try to Google how it is done before you can recollect. But if you constantly play around with it, you can just get just about 2 variables, just play around using the R to do the analysis on your own. Then you can also come and put it on a platform. Any analysis you are doing with R that you have issue. It's so amazing. Sometimes when somebody puts it on a platform, you see the way people are responding and answering. Do this, do that, and all that. So please let's take advantage of this platform and then make use of R. Thank you. All right then. Is there any question for the Ghana R users? Any suggestion, any question whilst we wait for Mr. O'Brien? He will join us in 2 minutes. If you want to ask us any question, if you want to say anything. Please, how many lecturers are here? Lecturers. Please, I will encourage that you encourage your master students and your PhD students. And even the undergrad. Actually, I always say that undergrad dissertation is just a document you use to find yourself in Ghana. But then you can get somebody who wants to do a rigorous study, undergrad. But your PhD and your master students, please encourage them. Those who will be interested, you can get their names and their number. Then Francis will just put them on the platform and then they can be with us. So please, anytime you are doing any conference, share the slides with your teaching assistants, your PhD students, and your master students so that they also come. Because now R is the thing. People are tired with SPSS. So whatever SPSS can do, R can do. So let's try and get everybody involved. Thank you. All right then, Mr. Kevin O'Brien is online. You are welcome, sir.
Hello, sorry, I just checking that I am unmuted, that you can hear me okay.
All
Are you
right,
able
you
to
are
hear me?
welcome to Ghana Our Conference 2025. We can clearly hear you. So
That's great. Thank you very much.
we'll give you the platform to start sharing your slides and give us.
Okay, 1 second. I just need, I was just need a little bit. So share 1 second here. Now, I'm going to share this application here. And I'm going to try and make it a little bit less.
Mr. O'Brien.
Yeah.
Mr. Kevin O'Brien is a lecturer and a software engineer from Ireland, joining us all the way from Ireland.
Yep. So,
yes. So if you have any other introduction, please give it to us so that we know your portfolio.
Yeah, so you can see the slides okay. I didn't have time to convert them to PDF because I was expecting to go later. So if everyone's okay that they can read my screen okay, just confirmation on that would be good.
It's visible.
Okay, it's legible. Okay, so hi everybody. My name is Kevin O'Brien, and I'm calling in from Ireland. I am a big fan and a big supporter of the Ghana R community. I'm very impressed with what you have done over the last 2 or 3 years in developing one of the very prominent R conferences this decade, and it's a sort of real great example of like all the work that's been doing there. It's very impressive. Anyway, so I'll just go progress on. So just to check now again, are we able to see things okay? Is that okay? Can we see things okay there? I take that as a yes. Okay, so I'll proceed. Okay. Now I'm going to talk about working with documents in R, but also I'm actually just going to sort of say why work in documents in R and what the sort of the thinking here is how to sort of strategize your career as a young data scientist, or even just a sort of progressing forward as a data scientist trying to build your career. So a little bit of background on me. I'm an agricultural data scientist based in the west of Ireland. And also I was in London quite a lot as well. Okay. Previously, I was known as a software engineer when I worked in the university. Anyway, my key skill sets, the key things I use every day, this is not an exclusive set, but R, Python, and SQL. I would do other things as well, like Shiny dashboards, Quarto, etc., etc. But R and Python and SQL would probably be the key summary of the work of what the tools I would use. Now, this is actually something I've sort of made amendments on slightly, because I've actually added in with the aid of AI, artificial intelligence. And the reason why I'm going to spend a little bit spend some time talking about that, because it would be good to communicate how much that has affected my work already, even just talking about 2025, okay? When I was approached to give this talk, I gave this title probably, I think, January, but so much has changed. So what I will do is continue with the intended talk title, but I will talk now more about how AI has affected how I do things, okay? And the reason for that is because I think it's going to change a lot of how we view working as a coder in R, or Python as well, but let's just talk about R here. And a lot of the things that we have got used to in the last 10 years are now changing as we speak, okay? So so I think it's very important to start this conversation now. Probably the next time I will give a talk will be about AI, how I'm using AI with R, or for R, okay? But anyway, we'll proceed. So that's where I am. I'm in the west of Ireland, in the southwest of Ireland, in a city called Limerick, and that's it. It's a nice little city and lots of forests and lakes in the area. So just as a sort of quick remark, I'm just going to mention a couple of things that I discussed last year very quickly. That our R is very useful in agriculture, food, and forestry. And last year I discussed R in the forestry sector. Those are just a couple of key topics there. Other packages are very useful. Why I'm going to sort of, why the talk title of working with documents in R? Because in these sectors, particularly agriculture, food, and forestry, and I believe it's the same in Ghana as much as Ireland or Namibia or Botswana, is that you will be dealing with government agencies quite a lot, okay? So there will be lots of PDF documents, lots of reports, lots of files to be filed, etc., etc. So bureaucracy is as old as writing. I think one of the oldest sort of examples of writing or tablets is a tax record. So, you know, some things sort of are forever, and bureaucracy is one of them, okay? And that will, if you work in that sector, this is a useful skill set to have, is to actually be able to use your skill set in the context of working with documents, because they are everywhere in these sectors, okay? These sectors are also, just a comment I made last year, they're the type of thing that are going to sort of stay with us for a long time. Some industries come and go out of fashion, but agriculture, food, and forestry are forever, okay? 5,000 years ago, these were important sectors. 5,000 years in the future, hopefully humanity will still be alive. They will still be important. 5,000 years time, people will still be having breakfast, okay? Hopefully. So just a sort of quick talk outline. So there's part one and part two. And part one is just strategizing about how to build a data science career. And what I'm going to do here is just talk about some important topics about how AI has changed. So some comments I'm going to repeat because I think they're very important, but I think I mentioned them last year. But there's some other comments here about AI and how that updates what I've said previously. So this is essentially the first thing here I've said before, but the second part is an extension of the first part. So it's a continuation of the first part. But essentially, the first part is essentially how to build a career as a data scientist, or whatever term we're going to use in the future. So probably data scientists, we've had data scientists as a career had a good lifespan over the last 10 years, but things change, technologies change, industry changes. So, you know, that we have to change with it. So maybe what the change will be in the future, who knows? So it is important to embrace these changes and to learn how to use these changes to benefit you, okay? So then I'll just talk about the embracing AI in the new age and the evolving AI landscape and how it affects coders. Now, one thing actually is the sort of key thing is actually how to learn to use AI as your coding partner and your mentor. That's a very important point here, because you can use it to improve yourself. Don't try and use it as a tool to make your job easy. Make it as a sort of a way of improving what you do, okay? So there's stuff there about code generation, code segments, suggestions, etc. That's very important. You can learn a lot about that. And also best practices of what to avoid. That's another important one. So just a quick remark, I will just talk about documents here, very much in a corporate setting. So defining documents. So we sort of focus on Word documents and PDF documents because they are what governments will use or you would use in companies, okay? as well, actually, you will also use spreadsheets and PowerPoints, but just for the sake of time, I don't think I'll sort of spend a lot of time on that. But Word documents and PDF documents is a good skill set to have. Quarto and interactive dashboards, not so important. So there's a couple of key R packages that I will discuss shortly, but I'll move on to the actual sort of key part here. So this is part one now. We're in the sort of data science as a job section, okay? So just a little bit of background to this. 10 years ago, or 12 years ago, 13 years ago, actually, there was a magazine called the Harvard Business Review, and they published this article, "The Data Scientist, the Sexiest Job of the 21st Century." Okay. Now, data science has been sort of discussed previously, but I think this was the big moment where everybody got excited about it. Everybody wanted to be a data scientist. There was a few data scientists around, but now was the start of a huge wave of popularity. Okay. And essentially why I'm remarking upon that is because I think we have hit the point where this era is over. This golden era is over. Not that anything bad has happened, is that we're just changing to a new paradigm. So this is basically part of a different decade, and we are sort of progressing from this. And I think the AI has changed this a lot. Artificial intelligence has changed this a lot. But just a sort of quick remark there about a couple of things there. I think I sort of hit the key spots, but essentially I'll go down to the third bullet point there just to sort of start off. So about 10 years ago, there was a huge surge in popularity of tools like R and Python. And then there was a lot of online courses became available. People started doing things like Coursera and online courses and other things like that. Boot camps, self-paced platforms became more available, and a lot of people started doing them. So when there was about 10 data scientists in Dublin, all of a sudden there was 100 the next year. Young data scientists. And it was good, but also a question arises, is there enough jobs for everybody? Okay. Universities started establishing dedicated undergraduate and postgraduate degree programs focusing on data science, analytics, and machine learning. And companies have set up analytics departments, okay, to sort of, they recognize that there's lots of data, but what are they doing with it? So this is a sort of how I would characterize the last decade. But this is the reality of it. And so essentially, when you do become a data scientist, you spend a lot of time doing documentation and meetings, okay? And it's a good thing as well. But I mean, so I rarely use things like random forest in my job. I will, I'll do it occasionally, and it's good that I know it, and it's good that I know how to apply it. But essentially, a lot of my work is documentation. Okay, so it's a sort of a key change in what I expected and what was the reality. Now, there's just a sort of a remark about there. This is just a sort of remark that documentation. I found that AI has helped me document lots of my code much better, and also I could sort of review it. Like I have thousands of R scripts in my computer, thousands. And what has documentation has done is actually just put the R script into the AI client and just, what is the summary? What does this do? And etc. And then I will know if I need to save it, delete it, improve it, etc. Sometimes these little code segments are very handy to keep. So that's documentation. Anyway, so this is important actually because the things have changed a lot. And in the last decade, there are not so many job openings for career entry data scientists. I meet a lot of people who contact me on LinkedIn and ask me for advice. And I really have moved so far into my own field, that my own area, agriculture and food and forestry, that I'm not really able to give any good advice if they're not related to those areas. But essentially, what you have to sort of think about is that companies have sort of changed their perspective on data science now, and they want to actually sort of see results. And they also are very happy if you can automate a lot of jobs that take a lot of time. So I have found that this is sort of why I'm very interested in this working with documents, because it has actually allowed me to bring a lot of value to the company I work for, the companies I work for. And I automated a lot of processes. We've improved a lot of efficiency. But essentially, it's not that I was doing anything smart or clever. It was that I was able to automate a lot of processes that were very time consuming. And that's actually where they found the value. Essentially, not doing anything interesting, particularly, not doing any sort of amazing statistical analysis of machine learning. I do a bit, but the fact that I was able to sort of improve efficiency was the key thing. Now, just a sort of, I'll actually talk about this because I think this is very good advice. So I'll just talk about it very, very quickly. I realize I'm going through a lot of time here, but I think this is important to know. Many thousands of people are dabbling in R and Python for the last few months and getting hired as junior data scientists. Unfortunately, there's very little demand for junior data science talent in the current job market. This was a while ago, and I think nothing has changed since. Okay. Now, to make matters worse, most aspiring data scientists avoid being pigeonholed in a particular industry. I just want to do data science, they say. I don't care what industry I am serving. So he goes on and says, like it or not, most hiring managers are looking for people who can solve practical data problems in their own industry. Okay. They are more concerned with finding someone who can understand them and their problems rather than hire an academic who can build neural networks from scratch. Okay. That's a little bit harsh because I think there is a lot of room where these academics can do a lot of good, but there are a lot of sort of more tedious jobs that would not interest an academic, but they do add value to the company. There's much more demand for analytics professionals who are experts in a particular industry rather than generalist data scientists who avoid commitment to a particular domain. So just here's the advice. Pick an industry you care about, get a job as an analyst, add your own data science flavor to the role, and within a couple of years, you'll be the expert data scientist on the team. You will be the person the company will not be able to do without, or the government agency. You will get a steady paycheck while receiving industry-specific on-the-job training all the way. I think that's a sort of very good advice, okay? Just as a sort of quick remark, I'm just sort of going to talk about, you know what, I'll leave that. I think I've made that point enough. So it's just actually about these small jobs that are there, they need to be done, and if you can improve them, improve the efficiency, that's very valuable. It's not showy. You're not making anything, you're not doing something incredibly sophisticated as statistical analysis. You're making boring jobs disappear. It doesn't look as good, but your managers will sort of recognize it because they don't like doing those jobs. And when they make it easy, they really like it because they want to do other things. Okay. So career strategy, think about tedious, boring jobs that can be automated and processes that can be made more efficient. Okay. So that's the sort of first part there. Now, this is an important thing, and this is where AI is. Sorry, I'm segueing into the AI bit now. Okay. So this is the danger. I think a lot of R coders and Python coders are going to start using AI quite a lot now to help them sort of write code. And AI tools are very powerful and very useful. But there is a trap. So there's a couple of traps that are very well known. For example, that if you don't give the artificial intelligence, let's say Microsoft Copilot, any background, it will sort of hallucinate things. It will make up packages that don't exist, make up functions that don't exist, When you try to run them, nothing happens. So that's a well-known problem with regard to artificial intelligence. So a second problem is that if you do not tell them to use like the type of tools that you use, for example, if you're a big user of tidyverse, dplyr, those sort of tools, it won't give you an answer in those sort of tools. So if you are not, it would probably give you an answer in R, raw R, base R, okay? Which is fine, it probably works, but it's probably not the type of, it's probably an R code that you're not familiar with at all. You don't know how it works, okay? And those are well-known problems, but this problem is more insidious, and it's called the expert beginner problem, okay? Now, this has been well known about for a while, and it is, I think the use of AI tools are going to make this problem much worse, okay? So just as career development, this is the sort of problem to think about. And just the sort of, when you're there at the conference, you know, which is good, because that being at the conference means that you're making yourself less susceptible to the expert beginner problem. But let's just run through it here. So the expert beginner problem describes a phenomenon prevalent in fields like software, where an individual has gained enough experience to be somewhat competent and self-sufficient. And I highlighted this bit myself. Their learning and growth has become stagnated, okay? That's the trap you have to not fall into if you're going to use AI tools, okay? So essentially, you must actually, the best way to get, sorry, I'll just continue. They often believe they are experts, but in reality, they lack a deeper and broader understanding of best practices, broad industry knowledge and fundamental principles, and so on. But essentially, they're able to do the job that's in front of them, but they're not progressing, not developing, not growing, and as a programmer or a coder, or they're not getting better at their domain knowledge. Now, this problem has been, discussed at length before the advent of AI, but I expect AI to make it much worse. So the important thing here is don't let this affect you, okay? So just actually sort of the key thing is they exhibit 1 year experience 10 times over, okay? So rather than 10 years experience, they have 1 year experience repeated 10 times. And I've actually encountered this problem quite a lot. And let's say 2 years experience repeated 5 times. Probably let's be nice. But essentially, there's sort of, you realize that they have, some of these programmers have stopped developing key skills, or they think they know enough, they don't need to know anymore. Or not to the sufficient speed that they should. Their perspective is limited to familiar tools, leading them to resist new ideas or feedback that challenge their perceived expertise. So anyway, yeah, so that's essentially, they crucially lack a fundamental understanding of why things work and don't often, and this often leads to very brittle solutions. And this is actually more problematic in leadership roles, okay? So anyway, I won't go off on too much more detail, but just actually how to avoid it. So embrace continuous learning. Never stop learning, even if you feel competent. Explore new technologies, methodologies, and concepts. So this is where an AI comes in. I will write a piece of code and I will actually ask, what can AI do to actually improve that? Particularly what I have never developed as a skill set until recently is things like unit testing and exception handling and warning messages, okay? If the code didn't run, I tried to fix the problem at source. But essentially what I've started to do now, this is how I've developed using AI, is actually to write more and more exception handling, error handling, faults, managing flaws in the data or the workflow, and being able to sort of spot them earlier and address them earlier. So just something actually never, now this is partly because I have a mathematics degree. People coming from computer science or software development, that is second nature to them. But in my background, I would never have come across that. So this is a skill I've developed very late. So anyway, cut a long story short, AI has been helping me. I've been using it as a mentoring tool. So I talked about improving my documentation previously, and here I have used it to improve my skill set, make what I'm doing better, make what I'm doing better for everybody else, because it sort of speeds up work or identifies the problems because the AI can actually find the problems. Focus on the fundamentals. Now, yeah, so essentially just a sort of attitude to take to AI when you do use AI as a coding assistant is I take a very cautious point of view with it. Okay. So I don't ask the AI questions and just automatically assume that they're giving me the right answers. But if you ask it to write tests, unit tests, or say, if there is a fault, give this warning message. I mean, there's not really that far. There's nothing, you can't really go wrong with that. Like, I mean, if the error messages don't really, don't really cause any problems, you just start to ignore them and take it out. But if they do cause problems, they cause the script to delay or something like that, now you're able to fix it. So I take a cautiously optimistic point of view of what I am doing, how I am using AI tools. Okay. And again, just going back to the broader community, I think actually this is sort of more so now the beginner, expert beginner problem and how to avoid that is that I think AI will speed up a lot of things for you, but how you improve as a data scientist is improve your knowledge of R packages, new R packages, what they do, and are also the lesser known R packages that have been around a while, like data table, for example. So you might be able to find that they are very useful for your workflow. So that is essentially you can use AI to help you learn, and also engaging with the broader community to learn about how these people use these packages, what's good, what's new, what's not new and not supported anymore, and probably should be like removed from your portfolio, and so on. Okay, so that's just sort of talking about the AI problem. Okay, so just a little bit about AI. So I'm just going to talk through my little workflow, how I do things now. Okay. So I use the AI, artificial intelligence, quite a lot. Okay. Now, one important matter is that I will use a particular tools that I have been allowed to by my job. Okay. One of the companies I work for have policies on AI use. So as in there, we're only allowed to use Microsoft Copilot. The reason for that is that the Microsoft Copilot will not use the prompts that you use when you use that artificial intelligence tool in training their models. So it stays within your company, which is important because companies are very sensitive about corporate information, sensitive information not leaving the company systems. It's very important consideration. Okay. So, but essentially, when you use an AI, you're essentially writing what is called a prompt. Many of you probably know this anyway, so that's why I'm not going to spend so much time in it. But essentially, prompt engineering is an art, okay? A science as well, but really an art. So just actually being able to sort of write what you want and describe what you want. And I think now me as a coder and using the R packages that I'm going to describe shortly, I will actually write up what we call context files that would actually have worked examples, sort of descriptions of what I want, how I like things presented, and so on. So that when I use an artificial intelligence tool, it will read my prompts and sort of say, Kevin wants a document with this sort of table. He likes this sort of formatting. We know what Kevin wants because he just told us in the prompt. And so when it gives me an answer, I'm able to check it, and I might have to edit it, but it actually looks very good very quickly. Okay, so it helps if you give very clear instructions to help perform the task properly. Okay, now so key aspects, providing context. So the key thing, actually, just as a coder, now this what we have here is very general to all sorts of AI engineering. But let's just sort of look at the second bullet point there, providing context. Okay, so how that would work for me is I would set up something called a context file. Okay, I would be using one of lots of database tools or databases. Okay, so I have a big database. First off, the sort of format of the database might be important to know, and the location of the database. Is it on the cloud or is it a local system? Okay, and what type of database is it? Is it Access or something else? Okay, then I will want to know what. So that's the first thing I might sort of like to specify. This table is located here. Okay, here is how to access it using R. Then I would probably provide a list of the tables in that database, okay? And for each of those tables, I would have a list of the columns and the column names and the column types. So the column names, whatever there are, and the column types, is it integers, is it dates, is it characters, or is it special other types that you might use for mapping, okay? R does not work well with that, so it's good to know that in advance. Also, the primary keys and the foreign keys. So if this is a key, that's a key identifier, which is like a unique identifier for each row in a table. How does that correspond to other tables? Okay. So this actually takes quite a bit of time to set up, okay, but it's worth it. Because if you actually provide additional qualitative information about what is what those columns are about, rather than just have a column name that might be just a sort of very unusual set of characters, you might be able to sort of additionally provide, as well as all the layout of the database, you may be able to additionally provide qualitative information, what it would refer to in a real world sense, as if you're discussing it with a person. Okay, so you might write. So essentially, what I would do is, I would have maybe a context file that would be specific to working with databases, and probably another context file, for example, how I like ggplot to look, how I like to format it, the palette I would use for my ggplots. Okay, so I would have one context file for one thing, one context file for another thing, etc., etc. So there's actually about, I don't know how many I have, but in the dozens. Okay, one has a very specific. Each context file has a very specific task. So again, worked examples of code, names of names, all that sort of thing. So when I use a thing like Copilot, Microsoft Copilot, so the work edition I have, so when I go into a browser, and I type copilot.microsoft.com, something like that, and then I have to put in my password because it's behind our cybersecurity cordon. Okay, that's important to remark upon. And then what I will do is put in my context files. Okay, so I'll set up a chat. I put in a context file if it's related to databases. Okay, won't have to do anything, but I put in another context file. I have to do it manually, of course. It's not perfect. But the key thing is that the context file is well written. And then I probably have to put in about 2 or 3 context files. But at this stage, the AI knows exactly what I want and has a very clear idea of what I need to do and is able to give me good answers very quickly, okay? Just a couple of things. There's a sort of key thing is a constraint. For example, the context file I would use, or the maximum character length for a prompt is 8,000 characters. So I have to make sure my context file are less than 8,000 characters. Also, when I use a chat, I think I have up to 30 prompts before the chat cancelled out. This is a limitation on the version of Copilot that we use at work. But even still, that is usually more than sufficient. So I'm able to sort of work very quickly and get the jobs done that I need. So iterative refinement is an important thing as well, because I will actually get a lot of content very quickly from these AI tools. So the important thing there is actually sort of refine them. So essentially what I will have to do is spend a lot of time reading the outputs and editing them, okay? And then deleting everything else. Because this is actually a problem to look out for, is you can actually generate so much content that's not that good. It's 90% good, but 90% is not good enough to be good. So essentially what you will actually spend a lot of time doing is actually refining it. So this is a key thing here. The fourth bullet point there is iterative refinement. Spend a lot of time reading the outputs, checking them, testing them, annotating them, adding comments, and then updating your context files on a progressive basis, okay? And this essentially will actually how you do it. So yeah, I'm going to sort of keep talking now, just as a sort of quick remark. How I would actually do a lot of my coding now is I will actually be walking my dogs and talking into my phone, okay? Voice to text live transcription, okay? This will actually generate an unedited context file that I can actually edit myself and use this as a prompt. So actually, I quite a lot of my work, I'm actually walking around in the forest now, because sometimes I find that's the best, that's where I'm most productive, okay? And essentially, then I will go back to my desk and I will edit these and check them and try and get rid of what I don't want. Because as I said, one problem that you can find yourself dealing with very quickly is you've got a sea of stuff. You don't know what to do with it. You forget what is where. You forget what relates to what. And it gets very disconnected. And you'd actually spend a lot of time trying to piece it all together again. So this is an important lesson to learn, is if you're going to use these AI tools, I think progressively, systematically, daily, work on the outputs and actually improving the outputs and collating the outputs so that you're editing them as a daily basis. This is probably the one job I do now consistently every day, okay? I could be doing lots of different things every day, but this is one job I now do every day, is actually work through these these outcomes. The AI results from the Copilot or whatever, and just actually turn them into useful context files, bare minimum, but have all the information in them so that when I need them again, we're ready again, okay? So I actually have thousands of, I said that previously, I have thousands of R scripts. I used to have tens of thousands. So essentially what I've been doing is trying to progressively get rid of stuff, okay? Because otherwise it just gets too messy and you can't remember where stuff is. So this is a sort of important thing to do, as well as the expert beginner problem, discipline in regarding your library of files. So anyway, just as important, so I'm just going to talk about the R packages now, because this stuff, the R packages are good. They're good to know about. But I think, the real world perspective is very important there. And I probably went on a little bit too long on what I've just said, but actually by the same token, I think it's actually good to hear this. So we're just talking about the R packages. And just as a remark, this is a little thing to start off. the entire global financial system backed up on Excel. So in the corporate world, I would add in Excel, PDF documents, and Word documents, and a little bit of PowerPoint as well. There are probably, my company has about 1,000 people. There are about 20 that use R. There are 1,000 that use spreadsheets, Microsoft Excel, and Word documents. So it's important to actually be able to work with this. And also when we deal with government agencies, they are spreadsheets and Excel, spreadsheets and Word documents as well. They don't want to know about Quarto. I like Markdown. They don't want to know about Markdown. So anyway, we're just going to talk about just quickly about a couple of these key R packages that I would use every day. Now, this is not really one we're working with documents, but I just talked about databases as well. But actually, you will still find yourself using Microsoft Excel a lot. So this is a very handy package. Microsoft Excel cannot be excluded from this conversation at all. So this is a very good, useful package. There is Read Excel. And it's one of the tidyverse packages, and I would use it every day. Again, when we get CSV files from other companies, you know, they don't send us CSV files, sorry, data files. They don't send us CSV files. They don't send us data frames by email, you know, or tables. They send us spreadsheets. So we have to be able to open those spreadsheets and open them up. Now, so just as a quick remark, I discussed this previously, that agriculture and forestry is highly regulated in Ireland. You will spend a lot of time doing paperwork. And that law enforcement is the same. I have no background in law enforcement, but it's the same there as well. Lots and lots and lots and lots of documents, and government agencies strongly prefer Microsoft Word and PDF. So these are documents, legal documents. This can be very time-consuming to deal with. Okay, so this is where I'm going to be more specific now on. You know, I was very general previously, but now I'll just be more specific on how R can actually be used here. Sorry, I think somebody's trying to come into my house. Just bear with me. Anyway, so postman. Okay, PDF tools. So this is a great one to know about. So essentially, one job I will have, or quite often, was we would actually get documents from government agencies and have to download them and interrogate them. So essentially what we might have to do is actually these documents could be hundreds of pages each, and we might be dealing with thousands of them. So if you can imagine trying to read through 100,000 pages, good luck. So essentially what we're able to do here is actually use PDF tools to actually open the documents and extract all the text for them systematically. So this is a great tool, okay? Also, if you want, so this is actually when you have PDF documents that you want to extract information from, this is a great tool. Now, the caveat there is that the PDF document is well formatted. So if it's scanned on, let's say, if it's sort of like scanned on a photocopier, it might not be very particularly easy to read, or particularly easy to scan, or particularly easy to extract from. But if it's a Microsoft Word document that has been resaved as a PDF document, that means it's pretty good, okay? So PDF documents so essentially we can use PDF tools to extract lots of information from PDFs. We can use R. Now, this is very generous, to be able to sort of look at the output we create and actually parse the output, which is essentially a notepad document, very simple text. Look for the bits that we want and sort of save them into CSV files, spreadsheets, etc., etc. So just a sort of quick one there, it is text, okay? So this is just some of the key packages, key tools from that R package uses. But I'll let you look this up. I'm not going to sort of talk through them too much, because I think really this sort of sort of go back to using AI as a tool to help you with. But it's sort of good to know where to start. What is the recommendation? So with working with PDF documents or PDF tools is a big recommendation. Now, there's a couple of other things there. You can use PDF tools to combine documents as well, append a document to another document systematically, which is great as well. Or also just get some metadata information about the documents, how many pages in the document, when it was created, etc. Now, just check. The line has gone dead for me here, so I just check if it's. Francis, can you just send me a quick message to see if I am there?
So we can hear you, Kevin. So you can carry on.
Oh yeah, okay. So I'll just wrap it up. I realize I'm just about to go over time. Okay. Now PDF tools, excellent. So I'll just PDF combine documents together. Now, just actually, Tesseract is a very interesting one for to read about. So it's more useful for, this is an optical character recognition engine in R, okay? So if you're dealing with PDF documents and they're a little bit more difficult to deal with than usual, Tesseract is a very good document for dealing with the more difficult documents, okay? It's a much more powerful engine for optical character recognition. That is to say, converting what it sees in an image into text, okay? Magic is a great tool for processing images, okay? It probably is worthwhile spending about half an hour on that. Just if you want to put an image into a document, you want to crop it, resize it, anything like that, Magic is a great tool for manipulating JPEGs, PNG files, GIFs, etc. Okay. Now, DocOn, that's actually a very useful tool for converting Word documents into PDF documents. So, sorry, I just actually sort of get to the main one here. There's Stringer. There's a couple of things that are well known about. Lubricate. I'll sort of skip over that. Just to sort of remark about the key one here. This is the flagship as far as I'm concerned. PDF tools as well. But if I'm to create documents, Officer is the one I will go to. Now, just as a quick remark, there are other packages that have Reporter that were predecessors of this. So this is the current one, okay? And this is managed by a Frenchman called David Goel. And essentially, this is one of the best things I've ever used, okay? So I will use this to actually produce, mass-produce documents, because we have to actually produce lots of documents ourselves. And all of the information that I'm getting out of the databases that I mentioned previously, I have to put into a Word document for each case, because somebody from the government has to read that document specific to that case. And they want a Word document. They don't want Quarto, they don't want Markdown, they want a Word document like every other Word document that they have. And Officer has fit the bill perfectly, okay? And I'm able to sort of convert all the information that I use into a Word document that is a report. Now, just a sort of quick look at it here. This is just a sample, a bit of sample text. So it just sort of sets up a document there, read doc, and you can add in text, you can add in tables, flex tables, which I'll just talk about shortly. You can add in formatting like page breaks. You can change the orientation from landscape to portrait and so on. You can actually put in existing documents and edit them, okay? So if the government agency gives you a document and we want you to fill in this document, that's fine. We can actually use it to actually fill in a document that is provided to us. And I encourage you to check it out. So you probably notice if you're familiar with tidyverse that our Word documents, this is probably very easy to follow. It does follow very much a tidyverse syntax, And I think actually, if you have to work with documents and put in page breaks and put in text or amend text that already exists, it's very easy to follow. Doubly so as, this is actually just how sort of how we might actually format the text there. So if you want to put in special formatting for your text, put it in as header, change the font, change the color, change the font size, bold, italic. You can put in very straightforward to format the text as required, and then put it in the document. Okay, there's a little bit of work involved in there, but you're probably what you're trying to do is set up a template, so you probably should be spending a bit of time on it anyway. But if you're using AI, essentially just provided some examples like this and let the AI help you. Just piece it together there. That's how we would export the document there. So it's actually straightforward. I've just gave you sort of the key highlights in 2 or 3 slides. It's very good. It's very easy to use. And if you have to work with Word documents, it's excellent too. Okay. Now, if you want to put in tables, and this is a job that you might have to do, is in addition to the text, you put in some data tables. So this is a flex table is a sort of the other half of this dream team for our packages or creating our documents, and it is flex table. Now this is specifically for you creating tables to go into the Word document. Again, it follows this very much the same sort of line of thinking, the design philosophy. And so I'll just give you a quick example there. This is just what you can do with it, how to create a table that will go into a Word document. You can adjust the borders, the style, the heading, the footing, the themes, colors, merge cells, etc. You can put it into Word documents. You can put it into R Markdown. Essentially, what I'm sort of getting at there is that this is David Goel as well. Flex table, it's another really good R package. Okay. And there's a gallery there as well. You might have to sort of check if that's updated. I really recommend having a look at this. Okay. The other tables are good, but this is the one we use most at work. Yeah, so just actually, I'm going to wrap it up there now because I think I've just slightly gone over time. There are lots of other R packages that will probably be part of, like a regular data scientist R coder skill set, string R, lubridate, tidyverse, ggplot. They're all parts of that. They will all be part of this process, but because of how common they are and how regular they're used, I didn't discuss them, but I will use them quite a lot as well. Actually, I will mention one that is very useful for this, because if you're making documents, you probably have to make maps. So the SF package, which is for shape simple features, which is essentially making maps, shapefiles, is also a great one to know about. Listen, I think I've sort of gone over a little bit, so I'm going to stop it there. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what's going on with the schedule, so I should have stopped a little bit earlier, but there you go. Okay, I'll finish there. Thank you very much, folks. I'll take some questions.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. O'Brien. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Ghana.
Yeah, please, any question for him? He says we shouldn't be experts engineer.
Say again? Oh, I love those t-shirts. Sorry, I just see the t-shirts now. Yeah.
Ghana R t-shirt.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, so he helped us to organize this program. And Kevin started Ghana R. He has been mentoring us when it comes to funding.
You've been great. You're giving me too much credit. You're giving me too much credit. You've been great.
Oh,
like, yeah, you're one of the best in the world now. Like, I mean, it's a sort of wow.
So there's a question there.
I'm over here. Like, yeah, go, yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
I would like to know how could one combine AI and then R as a beginner, so that at the end of the day, you'll be able to become used to this technology in data analysis.
Okay, so just a sort of question back that you would you be familiar with like just Microsoft Copilot and Gemini, for example? Gemini.google.com. Would you be using that yet? So that's something to try out. So Gemini.google.com, and actually just sort of start practicing with it. I am under the impression that Gemini.google.com is ubiquitous around the world. Okay. And I can't use Gemini here because it's a work computer, so I'm sorry I'm not able to show it. It's like the star sign. I'll actually just put it into the text here. Oh, I can't. Sorry. Microsoft Copilot as well. I just use them as if I'm using Facebook or LinkedIn. So I think then if you actually have access to this, I think really it's just to explore it yourself. That's really as much as I can say. Going back to what I said, if you're producing output, remember to save it and build up your little portfolio. So for example, you can ask it questions. Tell me about PDF tools or package, you know, and see how that gets you. Actually, one more thing about it is sort of being very collaborative with each other. That's actually how I would sort of, just in addition to it, just to see what tools are available to you now. But I really think that the best thing is to be very collaborative with each other and let it be sort of discuss how together, take it as a journey together. So that's my full answer. That's okay.
Thank you. Have you been answered? Thank you. Please, those online, is there any question?
I'll take that as a no. Thank you very much.
I think there is a question online. Somebody
Okay,
has a
sorry.
question.
I didn't see it. Let's look. Okay, I can't see it.
No, it's he put it there. No, he did, yes. He kept it there. What you can Google and then you can get it. All right then. Mr. O'Brien, I think we don't have any more questions. Thank you so much for being with Ghana Our Conference 2025. We appreciate your presence, your funding, and then your companionship so much. We are very grateful.
You're an inspiration to all the Ghana R is an inspiration to the R community around the world. I want to congratulate you on all the great work you're doing and the commitment that you're showing to the R community. It's a fabulous. That's why I'm really glad to support it.
All right, thank you. We are grateful.
Bye-bye. Okay, I gotta go. Bye-bye.
Bye. Please. To our brothers and sisters who have to go and pray. I learned the UDS mosque, they pray at 1. And we want you to go and pray and come back. So we are looking at breaking around 45. That is about so that no, it's not your time. So that you can no, it's not your time. Yeah, it's around 12:20, but they will pray at 1. So we want you to go. Wait. We want you to go around 1:45 and then come back. You want to go early? Oh, okay, the distance is a bit far, so you want to go now. All right, then please, those online too, there will be a short break so that we'll go and pray and then come in the next 20. $110, $115. In the house is the Deputy Director for Global Surgery Unit. He also doubles as HOD, Head of Department for the Innovations, and also the boss for the data center in the Ghana Medical School, UDS Medical School, in the person of Dr. Napoleon Belua Sam. Please, let's welcome him, Doc. Please, you are welcome. You are welcome. Good. You also give us a presentation after the prayers. So after the break, then there will be lunch. So those of us who are sitting there, we can also be praying on our own. Thank you. Please, those online will be back around 1:10. So if there is any Muslim online, please, you can go and pray and come. We ask that you pray for the success of the conference as well. Thank you. Hello, those online, are you ready for us?
Yes, we are.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Good, we are about starting. I'm going to give one on female R user groups, building and maintaining a female R user group in Ghana through diversity and inclusion. Then Dr. Timothy will also give us a short one. Then the final one will be from our global surgery director. Then when he finishes, then he closes us. He will give us his word and closes us. Because global surgery units, they are the main funders of Ghana R 2025 conference. Thank you. Building and maintaining a female R user group in Ghana through diversity and inclusion. Within the R user group, the females are pushing hard to be heard. And Ghana, we are not exempted. We also have female groups, so we want to see how we build them. Good. The ISA group, as we all know, we are made up of data scientists, statisticians, researchers, our programmers, of whom some are workers, lecturers, some are students, some are dissertation writers, PhD, MPhil. We come together to make the R user groups. Those who are interested in using data science and R. The aim is to promote open data science, enhance collaborative learning, and build local capacity in the use of R. The main R user group was started in 2016. In 2016 by Amit Kohli, but it went slow and we're not being heard. So in 2019, Reverend Father Agboja, Mr. Francis Mensah, and Mr. Samuel Tando revived the Ghana R from 2019, and since then it's been vibrant. From there, they started creating platforms, and then people started joining. We have almost about half of the cities in Ghana, we have the R user group, but the active ones are the Akua, Kumasi, and then the Tamale. And within this, we have the R ladies. Good. Why are women's representation in technology and data science important? As Echo Agri said, if you educate a man, you educate an individual. If you educate a woman, you educate a nation. So the same thing with statistics. If you educate only a man in data science, you will get one output. If you educate a woman in data science, you will get numerous outputs. My quotes. Anyway, we say that it can foster innovation and creativity through diverse perspectives. It can also reduce bias in technology and algorithm. Because if you look here, the females are even not up to 10. We are few. It seems to be the tech area and the algorithm area seems to be a male-dominated field. Good. Then if you educate, if women are into data science, they have the capacity to build younger ones up so that they will have the passion to educate younger ones. And that is why women are key. And then for also better decision making, then it's supposed to address the underrepresentation of females because we are few. Good. And why are we saying diversity and inclusion matters in women involving themselves in data science? We say that you have diverse opinion. If you have only one sex, all males, you don't have diverse opinions. You can't have different opinions. If females are in, we have various opinions. And it's so, should I say it's so sad or not encouraging that the females here, we've not been asking questions. It's all males that are asking the questions as the presentations have been going on. Then we also say that higher levels of innovation, different ideas from different sects, you are able to build up as you move on into the higher levels. You don't have only one monotonous idea, one monotonous direction, but then the females also bring on board different ideas and perspectives. Then it helps to break down barriers and encourage stronger community. That is why I said women are able to bring people together. They're able to bring people together better than men. Good. So that is, we say that there should be diversity and inclusion, because if women are here, younger one will be here, we'll pull them along. Even women will even pull men along. But if it's all male dominated, it will be one-sided. So realize that women have to be pushed into data science. What are the goals and objectives? Why is it not? Good. Encourage female participation in R and data science, building a sustainable and supportive community, promoting diversity, inclusion, and mentorship. So that is the aim of the female R user group. Why R? Why women? We say that our programming community reflects a broader gender gaps in STEM, because in STEM we have few females. In Sub-Saharan Africa, women are highly underrepresented when it comes to the technical space, the technology, algorithms, statistics. Women are few. Creating a strong and supportive female user group in Ghana is meant to change the narrative, so that in Ghana, you have more women in data science. Then we empower women to not only learn how, but use it as a tool for leadership, for research, for business, and for advocacy. Why women? Women are better at promoting mentorship and collaboration. They link well, they coordinate well. They're able to build confidence and skills among young people. So if you have women in leadership who are using R, it is better for them to encourage young females to come up. Gender gap in technology and data fields in Ghana. These are statistics. Statistically, men outnumber by a ratio of 80 to 20 in the tech industry. There is an omission there. So when you have 80 men in the tech industry in data science, you will get 20 females. So there is a gap. Then when you come to workforce in technology and data fields, women are around 28%. When it comes to leadership positions in data science and tech, women take 5%. Then in high school, when you pick STEM courses, women take 39%. So we realize that there is a big gap in women in technology and data science. And that is why the females in the R user groups want to put ourselves together so that we can help bring women up in technology. Good. The role of community in building, in skill building and confidence. What we do so that we're able to build confidence. We do peer support. Peer support makes the path less daunting. That is, if you have other people connecting. For instance, when you come to the R ladies, we connect with other R ladies in other countries, especially Sinisani from Botswana is always with us whenever we are doing our meetups, and then when we have Zoom meetings. He's from another country. We also connect. I think when we were launching the Kumasi R, we had one woman from Spain, or is it Mexico, to come online. Argentina, she came online to give us basics and then presentation on it. So we offer advice and management, foster sense of belonging. So wherever we try to put ourselves together. Then we share knowledge. Then we have various dynamics. The people from various fields in the world are within. We have the health people, the businesses, they are Greek. Everybody is in there and they all bring their support into it. Then there is also the emotional support. We are connected. Even when you are doing something and you don't know what to do, you can easily connect. You can easily link up. We have a global leadership platform where we communicate. There was a day they had to teach those of us who are beginning with the our ladies how to create a meetup so that you can be having meetups online. They try to make sure that we are there for each other. Then we celebrate each other's successes. If Kumasi that's something you see that globally everybody cheers up, and then we are there. So every sector or every city's ladies want to do something so that together we can highlight it and then cheer each other on. And that is what we are doing to put ourselves together. Good. We create an inclusive culture where we bring people from all walks of life, from every level. So when you look at the female our ladies globally, we have first degree, second degree, PhD professors from all walks of life. We all come together on the platform. We are the same. So we try to bring everybody together. We welcome all, irrespective of individuals' background. So everybody is inclusive. Everybody is inclusive. Then we also provide accessibility and affordability of events. If you are organizing an event and you need help, it can easily be provided, whether finance or whether materials, everything that you want, we freely give. Then we also provide mentorship from successful women in data science. Like when we're having, I told you somebody from Argentina, we usually get people from USA, we get people from other countries to also bring on board whatever they have to help to mentor us. You know, Ghana, our ladies, we are young, so we are really being mentored. And the person who is seriously on us to make sure that we catch up with the global female our user group is our lady from the Botswana place. Then intersectionality, different people, irrespective of your disability, irrespective of where you are. So when you look at global our meetings, you realize that every color is in there. Every color is in there. And that is how we create inclusive culture. We don't segregate. Good. And these are some of the success stories from the our ladies globally. Globally, our ladies are in about 65 countries. And then we have 225 chapters. The chapters are based on the cities. So for instance, in Ghana, we have Our Ladies Accra, we have Our Ladies Kumasi, we have Our Ladies Tamale, we have Ho, and we have Sunyani. So far, we have launched only 2. We have the Cape Coast one. We have launched Our Ladies 3, Our Ladies Accra, Our Ladies Kumasi, and I think Our Ladies Cape Coast. So we are yet to launch because the global team will have to come in to launch it for us, although they are already there. So the various cities on what we call the chapter. So we have about 225 globally. Then the Our Ladies was founded by Gabriela de Queiroz in 2016. She realized that women are few. So why the few people, why don't they come together to pull the other women so that we have more females in the our user group? And in Africa, we have so many of them. We have our Cotonou, our Lomé, our Gaboni, South Africa, and the rest. Then in Ghana, we have a number of them, and only 3 have been launched. So we are looking forward to launching all the others so that Ghana we can also boast of a number of Our Lady chapters. Good. Some of the case studies from global. So these are some of the meetings from Europe, from USA, and then from Cotonou. Good. And then these are what we do, mostly online, There was a program on April 25th. So usually what happens, they bring them to us, we just put them on our platform and then we join. Sometimes we put them on the general our platform and you see that some of our males to also join us. Then we have one coming up 26th June. So I'll put it on the Our Ladies platform. Those who are not on it, when I put you on it so that you see and then you also join. You get the chance to interact with other females who are into our. This one is being organized by Simisani Indaba from Botswana. Then these are all meetings that went on, that have been going on among the Our Ladies. Good. And these are Cape Coast did a meetup. We also have another one 21st, that is tomorrow, Saturday. There is the Cascadia Our Conference, that is also online. We also have 21st too. We also have another one from Gaborone that is also coming up. So these are some of our success stories. That is what we do, mostly online. We hardly do in person. Good. And what are our future plans? We want to engage communities where we are located. So today we are in Tamale. Akua is there, Cape Coast is there, Ho is there, Sunyani is there. What we want to do is to bring all these females in these communities together, those to encourage them to be using R so that we can push it forward. And how do we do that? Through social media, through online connections. Whenever we do the meetups, you see that people put their emails there. Those you want to connect, you just use it to connect. Then we strengthen the local chapters. Then we collaborate with the our ladies across the globe. Then education-wise, we provide educational workshops, training, provide training materials. Then we engage in mentorship programs. So these are the future plans of the ladies. Then to promote diversity and inclusion, that one is very, very important. We don't leave anyone out. No matter your background, no matter your level of education, when you come into we are the same. There is no segregation. So to make sure that all minorities are included in it. Then we develop websites so that people can easily go there to also partake in whatever the are doing. Then we encourage members to contribute to Our Ladies open source projects. That's usually if you have a project, then you have a write-up. When there are so many conferences that are there, but because we don't have any project, we can't access them. Sometimes all the conferences, they are free. You go, they'll pay your ticket for you. They will help you get your visa, your accommodation. Sometimes there are some you have to pay very little. Francis House is always on me. That Our Ladies, there is so much there for us to assess. But because we have not strengthened ourselves and put ourselves together, we are not writing anything. We don't have any projects. So Ghana, we don't do the travels. We just stay in here. And that is why in these conferences, we want us to be ahead so that ladies will come together. You have your projects, your write-up. If there is any of these conferences, we just make our consortium aware that we want to go, or the Our Ladies Global Leadership, then they will just put you on, prepare your visa, you go and do your presentation, and then you come back. There were a number of people in who are traveling around the world just because they have projects in for the ladies. Good. Then we advance our training and certification pathway so that whenever there is a training, we give certificates. And, certificates counts a lot so that you build your portfolio. And this is some of the things that we want to do in Ghana so that our ladies in Ghana will be strengthened. We are really not heard, we are weak. And these are some of the things that we want to do. Thank you. Your question? The ladies should ask questions. They've not been asked. Is those online? Any question, any contribution for the development of Ghana our ladies? Yes, please.
Yes, so I know you have explained why our ladies, but I'm just wondering, in this era where everybody is promoting gender, is our ladies gender compliant?
Our ladies is for females. And females, our enrollment in which is data science, is very low. That is why we are putting ourselves together. Always minority groups, that's what you do. When you realize that you don't have the strength, as individuals, you don't have the strength. But together, you'll be able to pool resources pull people together so that we encourage them into it. So that is why our ladies. Yes, please.
Hello. Thank you very much for assisting us to get to know much about our ladies. In your presentation, you have used some statistics. May I know whether that is a global picture, African situation, or Ghanaian situation? It's a gap that may serve as a starting point of somebody's research or something. So I'm interested. Then secondly, where are from those statistics that you have pointed out? Thank you.
Good. They are the global picture. They are the global picture. Globally, that is what is there. In Ghana, that is what is there. The source was picked from Our Ladies Global Platform. The Our Ladies website, we have all these data there telling us the gaps that are there in technology. Good. So that is how we pick them. When you go to the Our Ladies, you Google Our Ladies, that every information is there. Hello, Sirisani, are you online? I've seen the name there. I don't know whether she's actively in there or not.
Then the last concern.
Thank you.
The last concern is that there is this adage, it is difficult bending a grown leaf. Which program do you have in place to nurture females in senior high?
Actually, it came up. A neutral person asked me this question outside the hour when I was explaining. The person wanted to know what the Our Ladies was for some time ago. Then I said, in senior high, we haven't been there because in the tertiary, we are not even there. And in the tertiary, they use more of the statistical tools. So we want to pick it up from there. That is why our future plans we have involving the communities. Those who are using the statistical tools, we want to involve them, get them into it before we can descend down there to those who are yet to use the statistical tools, because at the senior high level, we don't use the statistical tools to do analysis. But then if they have knowledge in it, as they come up into the tertiary, they will be able to use it. So we are now picking them at the tertiary level. And even the tertiary level, mostly it is master students and then PhD students. So we want to trickle down to first degree. There may be to the colleges of education so that we encourage them. So it is a step at a time. Thank you.
But I have an appeal. You know, before they get to the levels you have mentioned, tertiary, the number is getting skewed already. So if we can have something small, for beginners in SHS, for sensitizing them, you know, here they may think it is for those who are into statistics, whereas it's needed, the others in other fields also need it. Are you getting it?
Yeah.
So going forward, although we need the numbers and the concentration seems to be on students at the tertiary level, I think that let's get a program for those in senior high so that before they get to that tertiary, much appreciation is given to the R program?
All right, thank
I
you.
think so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Take it up. Oh, thank you. Please, let's give him. He said that he can help us. So we'll be falling on you, sir. Good. Please, please, those online, do you have any questions for our ladies? Good. Then, if no question, thank you so much. The next to present is Dr. Timothy Ogunleye. Dr. Timothy from Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody over there.
He is in the school, the Ogun State University, Faculty of Basic and Applied Sciences, Department of Statistics in Nigeria.
Thank you.
Hello, Doc. Please, are you online? Good. You are welcome to Ghana Our Youth Conference 2025.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. First of all,
good afternoon, Doc.
Yeah, first of all, let me quickly make an amendment about my institution name. I am Dr. Timothy Ogunleye from Department of Statistics of Osun State University, not Ogun State University. I told the presenter, I told the organizer that this will adjust my name, my institutional name. It is Osun State University, OSUN, not OGUN, please.
Osun State. All right, thank you, sir, for the correction.
Yeah, thank you. Having the floor, a speech entitled The Use of Our Language in Data Science Using African Continent as a Case Study. Greetings, distinguished audience, members of this auspicious Ghana Our User Community Conference 2025. It is a great pleasure to honor, it's a great honor to address this esteemed gathering on a topic that resonates deeply with the time we live in. The use of our language in data science using African continent as a case study. Please allow me to say a little about myself. I'm Dr. Timothy Ogunleye, as Gyereh said. I was born to the family of late Pa CPL Simeon Ogunleye, retired, and also late Mrs. Comfort Ogunleye of Bamulus Compound of Gbagba Township in Ola local government area of Osun State, Nigeria. I'm a distinguished statistician and a professional data scientist. I'm a core academic and dynamic researcher with significant contributions to computational statistics, data science, and statistical modeling. Currently, I'm a lecturer at the Statistics Department of Osun State University, Nigeria. I am being called by my friend as Dr. T. I'm an expert in intersectional data science and machine learning to enhance statistical inference. Some of my academic background: I hold a PhD in statistics from University of Ilorin in Nigeria in the year 2024. My research is on econometric modeling coupled with statistical computing. I hold a master's degree in statistics from the State University of Ilorin in 2014. So I also hold Bachelor of Science degree in statistics in 2011, and I pursue advanced study in data science and information system at Osun University, Nebraska, Nigeria, where I hold a master's degree in that area. This reflects the commitment I have by bridging traditional statistics theory and modern conversational techniques. I hold ND and HND in statistics from the Federal Polytechnic of Nigeria. My professional contributions at Osunse University, I've taught different levels of students, both undergraduate and postgraduate, statistics and statistical allied courses. I serve as executive director of Tamale programming consults. I've also held some consultancy roles with United Nations, with NAPTIP, National Agency for Provision of Traffic in Persons Related Matter, NAPTIP, also with Nikon and Norwegian Research and Training Institute in Kenya. I speak about 14 languages, apart from English and my local dialects. Part of the language I speak more is R. R was my first language I understood in programming, after which it was coupled with Python, SQL, Java, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and so on and so forth. My achievements in research, I've published quite a number of papers. This can be checked in my portfolio, which you will see in this document. Certification. I have been given, I've earned professional diploma in data science with Python from University of Lagos, Nigeria in 2023. And also I hold diploma in data science with R and Python from Masquerade University, Australia in 2020. Like I said, I speak many languages up to 14, which I said here as proficiency in Java programming. Membership. I'm a member of ISI, a member of IASC, excuse me, vision and interest. I have vision to develop more machine learning algorithms and software, both web and Android apps. Then let me go back to the topic of the day. R is a powerful and flexible open source programming language. Everybody knows that. So it's easily accessible anywhere, anytime you want R. You can go to websites, click on latest R software, it will pop up and you click on it, you download. Relevance of R language in Africa. R is a free and open source, making it accessible to students, researchers, and professionals across different economic backgrounds. With more than 80,000 packages available, R supports a broad range of applications, including machine learning, econometrics, geospatial analysis, epidemiology, and finance. R runs on all major operating systems, enabling users with basic infrastructure to leverage its powerful tools. Moreover, the active R community across Africa helps with knowledge sharing, troubleshooting, and collaboration. One of them is what we are doing at the moment. We are gathering here to share knowledge about R and how we can improve our community. Applications of R in African context. In public health, R has been extensively used. In finance, R has been extensively used. In agriculture, in governance, come on talk of any other field, R is ubiquitous and it has been extensively explored. Notable project and initiatives. Several high-impact projects and groups highlight the adoption of R in Africa. The R Epidemics Consortium record support outbreak analytics, including Ebola and COVID-19. Africa R user groups established in so many countries. In Africa, like Nigeria, we have one Osun R user group, which is coordinated by myself. We have Ghana R user group, coordinated by Francis and others. We have Tunisia R user group, Kenya, Rwanda, and so on. This group organize and also support community events. We have Africa DAP and the Television R user group. They promote open data and R-driven skills. These groups train several people from the grassroots, courtesy of R Consortium and also R Foundation. Advantages of of R for Africa. R no for resource constrained environments, because R is a free software. So it's an advantage for all of us in Africa. Unlike other software, we don't want to mention their names, but at the same time, there is no way I cannot mention other softwares here. Software like Starter, SPSS, you have to buy them. You have to get a license for them. You have to pay a very huge amount of money, not less than $500, but you can get them, unless otherwise you have them, which is illegal. So R is completely free. It's an open source. You can get it anytime you want it. And R is a cross-platform. This R language can open in other software languages like Python. R can open in a Jupyter Lab. R can open in Jupyter Notebook. R code can open in other languages. So it's an IDE that opens almost with every other languages. The language supports seamless integration with Python, SQL, Excel, and APIs. Enhancing its possibility too. Tools like ggplot2 and Shiny enable interactive insight visualization and dashboard creation. So R has so many powerful tools that can be used to develop good interactive and visualization application. And also we can use R, Shiny, and other R IDE to create web. We have R Koto, can be used to create websites. So there's no way a particular thing can be good, can be advantageous without having some of the challenges. Some challenges in R adoption. Despite its advantages, several challenges limit R wider adoption in Africa. Many regions suffer from poor internet connectivity, low access to computing devices, and inadequate digital literacy. So if and only if the R community at the headquarters can give much more grants to enhance or to develop the use of R at the secondary school, that will help us a lot to overcome so many challenges being confronted in Africa. Awareness of R remained low among government officials and development practitioners who still rely on proprietary software. The shortage of trained R professionals, limited local training resources, and language barrier also restrict the pace of growth. Strategies to overcome challenges. To address these issues, initiatives should focus on inclusive capacity building programs, such as R Bootcamp and open access MOOC tailored for African users. Like I said earlier, we need more funds to create more awareness, to organize capacity building programs on R. One was sponsored by R Consortium in the year 2021, and that grant was given to Osun R User Group. About $5,200 was given to me to organize capacity building across Africa. By the time we started in Nigeria, so alongside, we wanted to move on to other African countries before the program was first sought by the R Consortium. So if this was not done that time, some communities in Nigeria might not even hear about R. We try to proclaim to extend the name of R. We preach the gospel of R across many look and training of Nigeria community. Governments and NGOs can fund R-based training for civil servants and development staff. So governments would need to play some roles by funding R training, because reports from R are reliable. Reports from R are reliable and they are very correct. R give good graphics. It's a programming language. You want to command what you want in the graphics. So all this could be used to be explored by government civil servants and also NGOs. Translation of training content into local language, establishment of community outlet user groups, and fostering regional collaborations will accelerate adoption and impact. Case study, Nigeria's R growth. Nigeria offers a strong example of our growing footprint. The Osun User Group, funded in 2021, has conducted multiple training programs that reach over 200 students and professionals. Several universities have now added R into their statistics and data science programs. Through partnership with RECON and support from academic and non-profit sectors, Nigeria is cultivating a new generation of R programmers. The innovation group further engages young people in R for AI research, app development, and innovation. And I am sure the same thing is being done in Ghana through Ghana R User Group. So let Ghana User Group also reach out to people in the community. Secondary schools, senior secondary school students also need to hear about R in Ghana through Ghana R User Group. Please let that be in the written part of your communique. Future outlook of R in African data science. The future of R in Africa is promising. Indeed, it's promising. Increased development of local packages and solutions will help address region-specific challenges. Governments are beginning to adopt open data platforms powered by R, enabling transparency and citizen engagement. As deep learning and AI adoption grow, R packages such as Keras and TensorFlow are becoming relevant for cutting-edge research. Enhanced regional collaboration through conferences, training exchanges, and academic partnership will consolidate our position as a key driver of African data transformation. Concluding remarks. R represents a powerful opportunity for Africa to harness the benefits of data science. Its low entry costs, extensive capabilities, and strong community support position it as a catalyst for solving developmental challenges. With the right investment in infrastructure, training, and local innovation, Africa can fully leverage R to build sustainable, data-driven future across all sectors. Thank you for listening. God bless you all. God bless Ghana R user community. God bless our sponsors. Coding with R is a must for everyone, even right from the secondary school. Thank you. God bless you all.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Timothy from the Osun State University in Osogbo, Nigeria. Thank you so much. We are grateful for the insight given us on Nigeria and on Africa and R. I think there was a question that came after my presentation, and you answered it in your speech. It was asked what we are doing to the secondary school to install R in them, even before they come to the tertiary to use R for analysis. And you have answered it for us that we have to go that. All right, then questions for Dr. Timothy Akunyele. Yes, the states of R and data science in Africa. Please, those online, any question? All right, Doug.
Okay, so if there's no question from the audience, I think at this point, I would need to use this medium to appreciate Francis, to extend special greetings to the coordinators of this program. I greet you well. Well done. Africa is growing, and we appreciate the efforts being put in place to organize this type of workshop and conference. Similar thing will be copied by Nigeria very soon. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
All right, we are grateful. Thank you, and God bless you too. The Nigeria one, invite us, we shall be there. All right, then. Thank you, Doug. We are grateful. Please, at this point, we are going to call our Deputy Director from National Institute of Health Research on Global Surgery. He is the chairman for Ghana R Conference 2025. In the Dr. Napoleon Sam, up-and-coming Reverend Minister in the Methodist Church. He is a statistician, epidemiologist, a counselor. Doc is down. All right then, Doc, audience.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate her. Let's clap for her. Let's clap for her. She's really done well for us. I'm particularly happy to be part of this program, not just a part, but chairing this program. Unfortunately, I wasn't here yesterday. As duty demands, but today I have come. So I'm supposed to have delivered my wipe your appetite before you could have started the entire rigorous exercise, but it's still not over. I can still do it. So let's project it and see. Let's see what's there. I don't need introduction. I'm Napoleon. So I'm looking at driving transformative change. Well, you don't want to project it. Okay. R for interdisciplinary solutions in health, environment, and economic growth. R for. Now, it is a true honor to stand before you today, not just to speak, but to echo a glowing heartbeat across disciplines. Because what we are looking at is various disciplines, but we have restricted ourselves into 3 of them. Thank you. Thank you. Into 3 of them, we're looking at health, we are looking at environment, and we are looking at the economic. And so what we are saying is that today we explore a single letter. It's just a single letter for which it is embodied with languages, right? When you see R, the question is, so what is R? R is what? R is what? R. We are R conference. R is what? You see, we don't know. And they didn't tell you. Rocky way. Okay, the name, right? But it's if you look at the way this thing came, it was just coming from. Are you okay? That's manner. Of course, the name R was there, but it's taking precedent from regression, and so many school of thought has their, what do you call it, name associated with it. So basically, when I started learning of R, I knew it as regression software. Okay, but it has transformed. So what we are saying can drive transformative change across these 3 pillars. And of course, if you look at the country, if you can look at your health, you can look at the environment, and you can look at the economy, you can do well. You can really do well. So what can R do across these 3 pillars? I hope it's work. Good. So the first thing we want to look at is what is really R. R is a programming language. I heard the doctor, the Nigerian doctor, Department of Statistics, telling us that it's a language, right? A programming language. And of course, a programming language, anytime you talk about language or programming language, bear in mind that they are codings. Are you okay? So the other software too, there's a language. The other software too, there's a language. Even if you take Stata, they can be coding. Even SPSS, you can code, but there's an interface for it. There are languages, but of course, this is well known, pronounced. So get it that it's a programming language. It's a bridge, catalyst, a tool for truth telling in data-driven times. The reason why we are agreeing for you to shift your focus to R is that it is robust. And in terms of data science, and then when you mention data science, we are talking about large data, okay, machine learning. And if you can do it well, we really need R. I know pattern is there, but of course, concentrate on R. Are you okay? Yes. What Python can do, R can do. Okay. I didn't say R can do it better. I said R can do. So it's somebody's statement, not my statement. R can do. Yes. Develop for statistical computing and graphics, you can do that. R is open source. That's why he was telling her, you can get it for free. But the rest is expensive. Now, Stata is expensive. SPSS is expensive. E-views. You know E-views. Those, yes, if you have used them before, it's expensive. Are you okay? I had the E-view 10. That is what I have after now. Maybe, well, because I use it for econometric modeling and what have you. The time series and what have you. It's very good for that. But you can still use R to do all these things. So you learn them if you have it. And then we have R, but more than that, R is a language of what? Connection. Enabling scientists, economists, health providers, environmentalists, and policymakers to speak the same analytical tongue. Can connect them. So all what the exercise I'm doing here is for you to understand that you can be an environmentalist. I can be a health officer. You can be a business person. We can come together, collaborate. We can collaborate, use R to connect whatever we want to do and come up with a model. Is it not good? That's what R is for us. So individualism, where we sit in our corner and be projecting and doing predictive and what have you. I think it's getting to a time where we need to collaborate, right? It's very important. You will see how impacted, like the group you said we are sponsoring, the global, surgical units we are sponsoring. The global surgical unit, you hear the name, it's all about surgery, right? But I'm not a surgeon, okay? I'm just a clinical epidemiologist and biostatistician. But I'm a statistician. I started as a statistician first. So you get to understand, and we are part of, nurses are part, the allied health are part. It means that it's a collaborative thing, right? So when we are coming out with our research, when the surgeons have done the necessary, experiments, the data would then come to the biostatistician who also make meaning out of that, right? And then, so anytime we do that collaborative thing, we publish it in Lancet. Is it easy? What do you call journal? But you alone go and do and see whether you can publish in Lancet. It's difficult, right? But when it's collaborative, you can do that. So that is exactly what I'm talking about. In the world of public health and medicine, R is already transforming the way we diagnose, predict, and prevent. So you see that epidemiologists use R to track disease pattern across nations. COVID, you remember COVID? We wanted the epidemiologists who were speaking to the epidemiologists. They can call somebody, what is happening? Then the person starts to give us the prevalence and what have you. The spread is predominant in Accra. Oh, is that so? Which people? Exactly? Where? Exactly? They will say Choco. How many people have died? Mortality. So all these things we can use it to track. If the software, we use it well. And I believe that you have started from the basics, you are building it up. Regression, I hear Dr. Irene took you through regression. So you are building up, and that is exactly what is expected of you. Hospitals use R to optimize patient outcome using real-time data. Sometimes
You go to the hospital, they don't even know their numbers. They are not in any business. What is happening? They don't care, but they have the data. Why don't you, in real time, make something out of that? Very important. Mental health researchers are modeling the psychological effect of economic stress and environmental degradation, all in R. So if indeed there is what we call psychological, you can model psychological effect. Oh, why not? I can do it, right? You can, in terms of economic stress, this economic thing they are talking about in Ghana. Okay, get the data. The R users. You are not a statistician, but you are what? R users. Once you know the methodology, you know the technique, you'll be able to what? Apply. Okay, so they can bring you be part of the team. Very important. So learn it well. Imagine a future where I'm talking about now we are dealing with R in health. Okay, so and when it comes to health, because the issue about health, I don't know if some of you are health professionals. If you are dealing with data in health, it must be precise. In fact, precision is the key because you will kill people. If you give me diabetic, what do you call it, data, and I go and invent or make an intervention of drug to cure those, to cure diabetic, and the data is incorrect, inaccurate, do you know what I will do with what you have caused? The medicine I have produced or whoever has produced will kill. Have you seen the seriousness? So in terms of health, if you are fan of when they give you a questionnaire to answer, you go and sit in your room and tick, you are killing people. So let's take it seriously, okay? Anything about health, be serious. That's how you don't joke with your life. If you joke with, if the doctor goes to joke with a sick person, he will die. If that health researcher jokes with the data and not being accurate, the person will die. So be careful, right? Good. So we are saying that imagine a future where rural clinics use predictive models built in R to anticipate outbreak before they begin. We are in a village, and that village, you have people like you there. You are able to even predict an outbreak, the COVID. If we are there and we have the data and we are able to predict it, by the time COVID comes, we are already there, right? We won't say that but at that time, our borders would have quarantined anybody who comes in, right? So one of the methods of epidemiology, right? Imagine community health workers equipped not only with medicine, but with data wisdom. So community, they are there. We have so many people working. We have health workers at the community, NGOs at the community. The question is, the wisdom of the data we want, is it there? Can we be able to use R to make meaning out of whatever comes out from the community? That's what we also need to look at. R is helping us not just treat illness, but understand wellness across socio-economic and cultural lines. Now, in terms of environment, because environment is such a way that you observe, like the illegal mining, you have seen how the lands are degraded. In fact, we can't even attest for good water to drink. So observation-wise, you will see that there's a problem. Is that not the case? Now, going forward, how can we restore them? All these things we can use R in terms of modeling and then fix the problem. So we say that the earth is groaning, climate change, deforestation, and loss of what? Biodiversity. All these things are just crumpling our environment. But data can speak for the earth, and R can give it a voice. We can do that. If you go to this meteorological department and what have you, if they have people with
our knowledge. They can do forecast, they can model, and even tell you there can be an earthquake here and there. These are what we are looking at. Ecologists use R to analyze habitat destruction and species decline. Sometimes some of our species are in extinction. You can't find them. But if the ecologists there and they are into R, why not? You can just project what is going to happen in the future. Good. Meteorologists model climate patterns. Policy advocate turn data into visual stories that influence environmental law. Sometimes you look at there is a guy who has been doing coverage news item on illegal mining. It's a Gyereh FM guy. It has don't call. You get it? It's a story. You get it? It says the advocate turn data into visual stories that influence environmental law. So if somebody gets his input, whatever he's doing, that person can create a story out of that in terms of visualization. You know, our visualization. Francis, did you do visualization with them? Yeah, so you see that you can do a serious visualization and everybody can relate. Hey, is that the effect? Then you bring, then the, what do you call it? The policymakers say, no, if this is what is happening, then there must be a law. You have influenced the system with your strength. Okay. Then so R is same environment. R is not just for laboratory. It is in the hands of what? Activists, citizens, and conservationists. With R, we can build early warning system, track carbon emissions, and even stimulate the effect of policy changes on ecosystem before they are enacted. So some of this carbon monoxide emissions and what have you, with our knowledge in R and the forecasting and the data we have, we can project. So this effect can be curved. Good. Then in this way, R becomes a tool of what? Healing, not just measurement. We are not measuring, but we are solving problems. Okay? That is what R can do. So now we look at economic growth. Let's look to the economy, not merely in GDP terms, gross domestic product, right? Let's not look at it, but in flourishing of what? Lives. How can we use the R? Economists use R to forecast growth. Econometrics, those who have done econometrics before, I have done econometrics, so I can relate. You can use the forecasting, and that is exactly what I think that if you are in that area, be gearing towards. Good. Measure inequalities and evaluate policies. That is economics for you. There are inequalities. How do you measure it? People are, you will say that the rich are enjoying, the poor are suffering. How do you deal with it? How do you assess it? How do you forecast it? So that can become a policy. Development experts use R to track poverty trend and design evidence-based intervention. So if you go to UDS, they have sustainable development and what have you. You have developmental economists. They would also look at all these trends and how can you do it? You might not necessarily be R user, but there can be an I user who can project it for you, model it, right? Very important. Entrepreneurs use R for market intelligence, of course. If you are into business and you are unable to forecast, you are unable to look at the nitty-gritty of what is happening, you'll be out of business. So if you're an entrepreneur, these are the tools that can help you. To build businesses that are both profitable and what? Sustainable. Because I have the insight, I have projected. So in the other words, things that would jeopardize my business, I won't do it. So I will be sustained, right? Good, very important. When R is used interdisciplinary, it becomes a compass. It guides us away from short-term gain towards long-term equity economics. So yes, we have short-term
measures, but there can be a long-term measure. All this is as a result of having data-driven policies, data that you can use the R to project. Very important. Okay, so now the miracle happened not when R is used in one silos. We are looking at the together, right? The transformation. The miracle happens not when R is used in one silo, but when it becomes the common ground between silos. The silos here, I'm talking about the fields of the fields, professional fields, right? We are using health, we are using environment, we are using what? Economy, right? So we don't see, I'm saying that per my presentation, we see single effort, but it will be a miracle when we bring all of them together and provide solution. I would have said hallelujah. So forgive me. So when public health experts collaborate with environmental scientists, public health, right? Public health, we have so many of them. We also have public health, those who are into environment, right? But maybe generally, people who are into public health, people who are into environment, they collaborate. When they collaborate and use this R in handling their data, you know what they can achieve. When economists and ecologists sit at the same table, when data analysts work with community leaders to translate numbers into narratives. I am emphasizing on this or hammering on this because I think that we have been singled too much. We have been individual too much. We need to collaborate. Irrespective of where you are, we need to collaborate, right? It's very important. And always collaborative research always put you at that edge. This is what we call transformative change. If we are able to bring all of these together and prefer solution that is usable by all, it's a transformative change. And what can help us do that? So the question is how we can work together is the most important. So having come to this conference, I believe that we are from different fields. And so if we can have a teamwork, and with this teamwork, looking at what is pertaining your area, looking at what's pertaining another person's area, come together, I would prefer a solution to that. We will make an impact than individuality. So there are, of course, challenges. There are challenges. Of course, training, limited access to Global South. I mean, in terms of, they are much advanced. But sometimes people want to do data science. They are unable to do because the amount involved is expensive. Okay. So you don't get scholarship sometimes. The intimidating learning curve of what? Coding. Sometimes when we see coding, we want to run away. But it's a gradual process. Nowadays, you see the primary school, they are coding. Are you aware? They are coding. And then the lack of training, what are we doing? What we are doing is to also help solve these things, right? But with open source platform, free courses and growing communities of practice, these barriers are falling. Nowadays, if you go to our users platform, there are so many, works there. You can look at that. Even what we have done, they will put it at their website. You just get access to it. You can look at it over and over again. Nowadays, when you go attend any program, they give you the recordings. You can go it over and over again. So there are short courses there. They have been coming rampant in the system. I believe that when we grab it or take advantage of it, it will help us. And I believe with the right vision, we can ensure that R becomes a tool for the many, not just for the few. Now, in conclusion, let us not be hooked with data for data's sake. Some of us, we have plenty data sitting with them, and then we are saying working. Perhaps if you have linked up with your social scientists, they would have given you some lead. Let's move on to collaborative so that we can transform. Let us not worship algorithms. There are people who can do algorithms. You know algorithms, they taught you. Oh, you didn't take them through. Oh, I see. Maybe when you grow, you would do that one. But let us harness them. Let's bring them together, right? The one who is doing algorithm, the one who has the data, the one who has the knowledge. Let's bring them together, so that we can make an impact. But let us harness them for compassion, justice, and for peace. May we build models that don't just predict profit, but protect the planet. If you go to the illegal mining, somebody has even sat in the room how they should degrade the land, spoil the land. That is their model. Don't go and do that model. Let your model be that can protect us, right? So that we can get good drinking water. May we write code that does not just quantify health, but restore dignity. Nowadays, because we need to publish, you go and get data, you will publish. Nobody even know what you have done, whether it has affected the people you took the data from or not, right? So it is a reminder. This is a reminder. It has been said and said and said. So we are reminding you. May we create economic forecast that forecast hope, not just output. And may R not be seen as a barrier, but as a blessing. Not as a secret, but as a shared song, sung across disciplines, culture, and nation. All of us together, irrespective of your tribe, let's come together, use R productively. Let's drive the change together. Thank you. There are no questions, so you have questions. This one is more than speech. Question, speech, do they ask questions?
Please, any question for Doctor? All right.
Okay, thank you very much, Doc, for your presentation. I have a concern. Now, AI adoption is increasing gradually. So what will be the future of what app now that AI adoption is increasing? Because what you can do with app, you can equally do it on AI, but not necessarily going through all these coding and stuff. You just need to give a prompt and everything will be done. So what will be the future of R? Thank you, Doc.
It's like asking what's the future of SPSS. Still they are using it. Okay, that's a good question. That's a good question. You see, AI is very good. If you are our user with combination of AI, you will be just good experts. But the challenge now comes in when you use AI and you don't even know the output, whether it's correct or wrong. And again, with the AI usage, you don't customize the AI. You need to customize your AI so that what you have put there, nobody can use it. Okay. So I think that sometimes I'm saying AI is good. Well, that will be another topic. I can talk about it. But okay, let me restrict myself with what we are doing. So what we are doing is that you may not be able to tell the output of AI whether it's correct or not. What can be your yardstick? Are you okay? Definitely when you use R to do whatever work you want to do, you know that that is, if the codes are correct, you know that that is what the output is sure, right? But AI, you might not be able to check. Of course, it may be correct. If it is correct, how do you compare? You get it? Because recently I was doing a work. When I went, I was doing a work. AI gave me an output. Because I was busy, I just copied and put it there. Then later when I came back, I said, let me go through what I have done, what I have generated. When I saw it, I didn't like it. Are you okay? But it seems to be correct. So I need to go and run it manually and see. Then there was disparity. Okay. So you need to be very careful. Special analysis. It is not. We have analysis, specific tools for analysis. Are you okay? Even that one, I will not advise you to use them. You can use them when you have run it and you want to get more information. So you can put it there and see even the, what do you call it? The answers tally, right? If it's tally, then you are at the advantage. Okay, let me look at this perspective. AI will give it to you, right? Let me look at this perspective. AI will give it to you. So you have, I mean, what we call advanced knowledge, and then you add it to enrich your work. But don't solely rely on AI. AI may deceive you unless you know what you are doing. That's why I tell you, for me, now I have customized it to, there are so many things you need to do to AI before you can stand accurate.
Right, thank you, Doc. Please, yes.
My question goes to all the organizers and the presenters. I haven't heard any of them talking about R use in engineering. And I'm from the engineering field, and I wanted to hear a presenter doing that on behalf of the engineers, promising or showing us the application, how useful it is to engineer.
I think, George, in your presentation, George, do you have an answer?
Okay, so regarding your question, R is very broad. So depending on what you want to do, it can be applied anywhere. So it depends on the type of thing that you want to engineer. Me, myself, I am doing coastal engineering, right? And my research is about predicting coastal waves using machine learning model, right? So it depends on what you want to do. So it's applicable in all areas. So depending on what you want to do, the type of engineering that you are doing, how can help you do anything that you want to. So I don't know which field that you are in. Like for myself, originally I did civil engineering for my BSc. And then I went ahead to do environmental engineering. And I'm doing coastal engineering for my. So depending on where you are coming from, then the type of analysis or modeling you want to do, you can apply the R to it.
All right, thank you. Please.
I don't know your
answer.
engineering.
So that's why we are here
Which
for.
engineering? You can mechanical it. Okay, so what he is saying, the engineer is saying, he's telling you now he's doing coastal engineering, right? So he can even predict the fishes in
Yeah, so I think the agricultural engineering, one of the presenters did something about fire outbreaks using spatial data analysis, right? So
that's spatial analysis,
yes.
right?
So you can do that.
So
especially yes. So depending on whichever thing that you want to do. So let's say you want to check deforestation, right? You can collect data, satellite data, and then use how to analyze it.
So you can
Right, thank you.
even look at, it's engineering, right? In terms of your mechanical outputs, instrument tools, right? The effectiveness of it in terms of handling certain harvesting, okay? All these things you can be able to use R to do. Maybe you can also predict in terms of tools that you have developed, agricultural tools you have developed. You want to know which one has the ability to be able to do excess work or good work, or has the potency to do more work. All these things are good for R. R, what you need is the data. And what exactly you need to have what we called your objective, what you exactly want to do. Out of that, then you derive the variables. You are easy to go. The codes now come in. Maybe you don't, as you sit here, you don't even know how to predict diabetes, how to predict maybe deforestation. You go to AI. You give me codes for predicting deforestation. AI will give you plenty. Are you listening to me? That's how I said you can use it side by side. When it gives to you, and you go to your R, I know they showed you from the beginning. Just put the codes there. If you put it there and it doesn't pick up, they give you that red arrow. You see the red. We saw some, right? The moment it gives you, don't give up. Pick the code and then the error. Go and put it here. AI, fix this error for me. AI will fix. So this we are finished.
That is why we are here, from different fields, collaboration. So I think you can get in touch with George. George will also link you up to more engineers who are using R.
You can upload the.
So like we were just saying, you can use the AI in helping you writing the code. So I'm just saying that maybe you can just upload the work directly into AI. Ask AI to give you the code for analyzing this data, maybe using R, to give you everything. Maybe from there, you can then copy into R and then paste, and you are good to go.
Oh, so what we are saying is that, you see, what he said is true if you know what you are doing. Now, but of course, he can give it to you when you put it there and execute it, nothing will come. You see, sometimes these are things, the packages and what have you, be careful with that one too. So let me tell you the secret about AI. It's the messaging. Are you listening to me? It is the messaging. Sometimes we are not getting what we want. If you don't have the skill to write the message, you would write 100 times. If your own tool is free, we say you have loaded 3 times, you can't do anything. The next day you come back. So the skill to write the messaging is very important. AI, I believe that is the way to go in AI. Other than that, what somebody can sit there within 2 minutes to generate, you can sit there 40 days, you won't get it because of the sentence and then the message. Yes.
No, it's not a question for you, but it's an input.
Thank you.
Especially my AI seniors. I'm not too good in it. except that the conference I attended with respect to AI, we are cautioned to be very careful with sending our data to AI for it to solve our problems for us. Yeah, it will give you the results. Your data and your credentials are there forever. Those who know more than we know can have access to the same data you have used for your analysis. So as we tend to appreciate what AI does for us, let us also be very ethical in the use of AI on the field of academia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that serious point. That simply means that, as I told you, you need to customize AI. That data you think it is exclusive to you, somebody can pick it anywhere because you have not customized it. Again, don't put your data into that free version. Go and buy if you want to put it in there. That one is a bit safer than the free version. Even that one, you need to customize it. Customize it. Because you have a place where you can tell AI that don't use my data for anybody, anyone. It's part of the customization. But if you don't do it, it's so, you know how the things can spread. Everybody, yes, I pick. If I know the name of the data, give me this data, it will pop up. It's not yours again. Ethical, the word. Okay, I think we've come to the end.
Is Doc, once you are there, please close that.
Okay.
Francis, do you have anything to tell us before Doc closes?
Let me do my own and you do your announcements.
So that yours will be the final way.
Okay, I hear.
Some announcements. So just some 3 announcements. Yeah. So the first one is we have R in healthcare data science, that's survival analysis and risk production. Doc will be handling it. We'll be collaborating with the Cameroon R research community. So he's projecting the flyer. So it's free, open for all. It's free and the date is July 28th. July 28th. July 28th. So that's the meetup. So we'll be collaborating with the Cameroon RDC community. So they'll be joining us. It will be online. It's on the 28th. That will be 12 in the afternoon, 12 noon. And then also we have is it mentorship? Let me see where that is. We also have like mentorship and mentorship training, which will be in August, and it will be handled by the organizers. All of the organizers here, Vincent, Kofi. So this is the one we'll be doing with Doc. This is what we'll be doing with Doc. So they'll be joining us from Cameroon, so we'll get to know ourselves. And the next one is data science mentorship initiative using R programming. So it's going to be for 4 weeks, from Monday to Wednesday, 7:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. So the link is there. One of the speakers is here. Vincent, he came from Accra, all the way from Accra. We are happy you came. And also George is here, myself, I'm here. We'll call on Doc to also help us with that. So and also the 28th, I think we have another one. George, I don't know your program, the Kumasi one, with the department. Okay. So we also have another training in Kumasi, I think. So that one too is, I think, 6 weeks. But those who are in Kumasi can join Mr. George for that. And the last one is, we have 50 days of becoming data scientists. So these are all second editions. We did the first edition somewhere in I think, February, March, April, May. So this is the second edition, 50 days of becoming data scientists. So these are the programs we have. I think we also have others, but for now, these are what I want you to know, the programs we have. So if you can join, it will help you. And all is 7, this is 7:30 to 8:30. So thank you very much. And also, I think Simisani, I'll let you.
Yeah. Hello, Simisani Ndaba from Botswana. Thank you so much. You've been with us since morning. Yesterday, you were also with us. I don't know if you can let us see you online. Good. If you are not seeing her, our ladies, Gabroni, we are having a meetup. We have one tomorrow, the Cascadian Arrow. Then there is another one on 26th as well. I'll put them on the general platform and the Our Ladies platform so that we can connect and then we meet other people and connect with them as well. Good. On that note, we will let our main sponsors, the National Institute of Health Research on Global Unit, having our deputy director here to close the conference for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an opportunity to be part of this conference. I think last year too, we did, we had a couple of members, especially my master's students. This time around, I thought I would see most of my PhD students around. And maybe because I traveled, they didn't see me. So that is, yes, by the way. We are glad to be partnering this conference because as global surgical unit, we have what we call Ghana Data Center, which is instituted to ensure that we build capacity of members. So it is part of the structure of medical school. If you come there, I am there under my department, medical research and innovation. So once we have that outfit and its projection is to see things like this being done, we thought it wise to partner our user community. And of course, if you look at the various, programs they arranged and channeled to us, they are very superb. You can attest to that. And so because of that, we have been so much happy to be part and sponsor this program. Not all sponsorship, but at least part payment. So encourage you. We have designed some reading materials. We call them models. And I'm the lead for the data management working group. We have designed so many of them. I believe that with maybe in due time, would give the website address to you to go there, read our material. Some of them, you would even do tests, answer, then you get certificate. The certificate is not Ghana or as Birmingham certificates. So that is what we have designed, and it will fit your purpose. If you look at the materials we have done, data validation, data monitoring, everything is there. Okay. Yes, we are currently developing, those of you who are into meta-analysis, systematic review. Meta-analysis of late is not restricted to health alone. Now, if you know you are in social sciences, now we have brought it to social sciences. I will start teaching that one. So please go there and look for those materials. If you are a health worker and you want to know more of our programs, Ghana Health Global Surgical Unit, the Ghana Hub is just at the GCB Bank there. Our staff are there. You can see them. We have a research assistant. Adam is here. Our deputy accountant is also here. I think the accountant was there. And then our program managers and then project manager is also the Bema, your MC, your MC. So I think that we are closer to you. If you want any information, you can come. All the things I have done, apart from all these things, if you think that there is something you want to do, you will need my help, why not? Come. But if you come and you don't see me, call. If you call and you don't get me, message. If you message, I will definitely message back. Okay. So that one is sure. I will do it. If you don't see me, see any of them, they will get me for you. So we thank you for participating. You've indeed done well. 2 days sitting here learning is not easy, especially coding. If you are not used to it and you come and they start coding, throwing jargons here and there, it becomes a problem. But I believe that it's a gradual process. Don't bother yourself if you have not gotten everything hit to do. What I know is that continual practicing will make you what? Perfect. None of them. You see the people, including me, who is standing here saying what I want to you. I struggled. It's not easy. But where you have started, it's good. To even get a conference to practice and ask questions, it's very good. Let's take it as serious as it may be so that we build our career. It's very important we do that. And I also believe that maybe our next conference may not be here, maybe a different place. But you know, if you have tasted this conference, try and follow us wherever we go, because it will be beneficial. Because we want to build up capacity and create that confidence, career path too, as well. That's why you say 50 days of what? Becoming data scientist. Now, what is fetching in this world is data scientists. If you go outside, they don't know. But if you go outside, that's a job people, they want them, they don't even get them. So you can be here, data scientist, and apply outside, they will pick you. That one, Trump will give you visa. It doesn't give visa, but when the employee was data scientist, he will give you visa. So try that one. So I really love, your company, and I wish I would have been here yesterday. But even today, I see the enthusiasm and what have you. And I believe that on that note, we bring the conference to an end. Thank you very much. Thank you for your participation.
On that note, Reverend Dr. Napoleon Sam, I want you to give us a closing prayer.
As a prayer, I'll pray. The way the lady is doing it, she doesn't want a prayer. When she looked at your face, I will pray. Let's pray. Spirit Divine, we're so grateful to you for this great offer. Yes, we may be lacking, but I know that you will give us that edge to be perfect. We pray to guide us and lead us through, even in our infirmities. Take us right and guide us in our lifetime. May our career see prominence because you have started something in us. Let us go on doing exploits. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you so much for coming. We hope to see you next year in our conference 2026. Please, we'll take one.